Macca's or something, but it's like 10 o'clock at night for you.
Dude,
I'm
okay,
getting
look.
Subway.
So my
Before you
fault that I
say
got my
anything
oil
sensitive, I did already hit the button.
change- I'm not sensitive.
You look like a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh character right now, Chunk. What was that?
Someone make Chunk into a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Like a really scuffed version of the Chad meme.
Oh gosh, I had so much time and I forgot to change this text. We're not talking about publishers. We're talking about artificial.
Are we?
Oh, there's no space. There we go. I had too many other things that I was worried about. Welcome in, chat. Hat crew? I know, right? Chunk had to run and go grab a hat today before we got started.
I couldn't find my Aerobrand beanie. I'm sad.
He does love fishing.
I do.
Big fish fan.
Big Fishing 53 is what they call me.
Is that what they call you?
Oh, hey, Starry. Long time no see.
Maybe someone out there.
I want to know who they are.
I don't
I
know
thought the
either.
ads were for
but-
something else.
It ain't us.
There we go. Jeez. Chunk has the best cap. Yeah, we need variants of that one. I'm surprised it doesn't have like a little logo on it, like a little fish or something. And Aravan, thank you for the sub as well.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. I had another one.
So-
it was like IP and pools or something.
Chat, you may notice we're a little bit late, and we didn't start with our usual starting soon screen. We may or may not go back to those. We may just jump straight into whatever conversation we happen to be having in the Discord when we hit the button. Like today, we're talking about ordering food in. But welcome in, welcome in. Ava loves your hair, Jamie.
Good, thank you.
Before we officially jump straight in, I want to one final time point up to this Hollow Knight Mystery Speedrun competition. We are now laying out all of the rules and details. We kind of need one more player halfway, because like Chunk is willing to participate but doesn't even own the game yet. So that would definitely make for an interesting round.
As soon as you tell me it's good, I will buy the game.
I mean, I'll tell you the game's good right now.
Well, yeah, I was waiting to play it anyway. That was kind of why I was like, this is just more reason to buy it at this point.
If it makes you feel any better, I signed up to it and I have not played it enough to know how to do things.
Hey, I haven't played it at all. Let's go, my guy.
Let's go, brother.
For anyone who's interested, we have decided on the format. If you're familiar with, also thank you for the anonymous gift sub. I have no idea how to determine who that was, but I appreciate you very much. That means a lot to me, and as well as you, Ava. Thanks for 27 months.
I think that's the point, brother.
I know. I want to be grateful to the person, but they hide who they are, so I can't express my gratitude to them.
Yeah, coward.
But the format that we're doing, if you are familiar with speedrun bingo competitions, in bingo competitions, they will generate a bingo card. So it's going to be like a 5x5 square of tiles. There will be 25 challenges placed in random locations. It will be a 1v1 competition for each round where they will both be given the same card and everyone will have the same challenges. So it will be fair. Each tile that you complete on your card will be worth 1 point, and if you finish a line, then everything on that line will be worth 2 points. So that's going to be the whole scoring system. It's going to be who gets the most points in a 2-hour session. If that sounds interesting, I'm excited to post whenever the official dates we're starting are. It should be, I think we're deciding on every Tuesday in April if we can make that work. But that aside, I also had one more thing I wanted to talk about before we jump into our actual discussion of the day. That being, I don't know if you guys heard about the doubling down of the FTC on Epic Games because of their dark tactics to convince children to spend more money on their platform. Anybody else? Yeah, the Federal Trade Commission. So basically, yeah, the Federal Trade Commission is, it's actually, this number I'm going to give you is 2 different things that have been combined together. But currently Epic Games is being fined for $520 million. Half of it is because of, what was it? It was like last year was the beginning of it where they started something. That was the part that I didn't recall as well. Violation of COPPA, so the Children's Online Protection Act rule. COPPA, they violated that, and originally, I think last year, they were able to kind of circumvent that fine by saying that it wasn't targeting children, and it was just children happened to be using their platform. However, now the FTC has come back to that and has also pointed out, and I love that they use dark patterns in quotations, because the FTC noted that on top of not having a refund button until 2019, ever since 2019, Fortnite has done multiple things to try and hide the refund button, including now putting it behind the options menu instead of anywhere near anything where you'd be purchasing stuff. And then on top of that, you have to answer a series of questions before you're able to actually apply for a refund. And then on top of that, while your refund is pending, your account is temporarily banned to incentivize players not to do refunds. So, for reasons like that, and one final thing, they intentionally changed the control scheme on certain menus to make it more likely that children not paying attention would accidentally authorize a purchase and then have to go through that whole system. So, because of that, yeah, because of that, the FTC is now fining Epic Games for $520 million.
Bro, I don't get why they're doing that. It's not like they're struggling to sell Fortnite skins.
Right? Like,
Me and Basic are buying enough by ourselves.
I just thought I would point that out and bring it up just in case you guys hadn't heard it, since that happened since the last podcast.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
God damn.
That's one of those
Silly.
things where they ask like a board of directors, they're like, it's not technically illegal.
Yeah,
And then they
for
just
sure.
do it, and then now it is illegal.
Well, that's
So-
kind of what was going through my mind whenever he started. He was like, "Yeah, they like hit it behind the options video." I was like, "Oh, that's fairly common. I've seen that in
Yeah.
a lot of different places besides video games."
But
And then you're like-
it
and then
goes
they
deeper and deeper.
They changed the control
Yeah,
scheme.
yeah.
I just imagine that all of a sudden it's like, "Oh, sorry. Now that you're in the menu, it's got DDR pad controls. I'm gonna need you to like fucking step right twice to try to get over it."
I hope you've got your eye tracker there.
Like
Yeah.
most games, the only way you could buy stuff is hitting like the start button and then going to options and then purchase and then like going in there. Like it wasn't just like a shop was right there at the main menu. Like you had to actually go into the settings to buy shit.
I'm posting
That's really weird though, because like
more information in chat if you want it.
I play Fortnite, right? No, not just every now and then. I play it a fair bit with my boys, and I don't really understand this changing the control scheme to trick kids into buying stuff.
Maybe I worded that poorly. I think it's hold on. They had like a very specific line that I typed out. Okay, so in the article where they or rather while they were filing this case, they used the terminology counterintuitive, inconsistent, and confusing button configurations to trick users into making unwanted purchases. That's what
Wow.
they concluded. So
Okay.
So I may have embellished a tiny bit, taking inconsistent with
Yeah, I
they
was gonna
probably
say,
swap some things
but-
around if they're not consistent.
I mean, even still, that's pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the alert, Baldy.
Glad you-
That'll learn them, I guess.
Hopefully.
That'll learn them.
Hopefully it'll learn other people too.
Yeah, Microsoft used to be pretty bad for that as well. I don't know if you used any of the Microsoft products, even Game Pass. Like
Really?
once you were in, so Microsoft like Live, like to play online, used to be very fucking hard to cancel. So you could sign it up on the Xbox, but then you had to go onto their website through a fucking series of hoops in order to
Yep.
cancel it. And I think they probably got threatened by that and were like, okay, we'll make it easier.
Amazon does that as well. I recently went and I didn't realize I still had Amazon Prime because I had gotten it for free 1 month and I had it for like 2 months without me wanting it. Thankfully, they did refund me my whole Prime because I didn't use it. But it was like a 5-page thing. I had to go to a very specific tiny corner of Amazon's already pretty confusing layout, in my opinion, and find the cancel subscriptions thing, select my subscription, tell them, yes, I do want to cancel this. It takes me to another page where the yes button is gray and the no button is blue. So it's like trying to convince me to not click the yes button. And then it's like, are you sure? Which reason out of this list is the reason? And then it's like, definitely cancel or cancel.
Yeah.
You ever try to delete your account on Audible?
No.
Yeah, I was about to say
It's
that.
terrible. Like literally, you can sign up for Audible on mobile, but you can't close your account on mobile.
Nope. Unless you call, you can physically talk to someone. They will try to convince you not to.
You can call. Like literally, there's someone's entire job is trying to convince you to not like drop Audible. And it's such a weird thing because it's like that is. I think that's Amazon's second oldest business practice is audiobooks instead of just regular books. So it's like if they have that much practice on that, it's kind of insane to me. And like, not to defend mega companies, but I feel like at a certain point, like when they started making everything different currency, like when it's pretty rare these days you get a game where you just spend money, you know? Like you go in game and you're like, this cost $8, and you buy it and you buy it and it takes out of your PayPal card, takes out of your credit card, $8. It's usually like you have to buy the currency and then you buy the thing.
And the conversion rate's always fucked so that you buy more.
So exactly. So it's and like I'm like, as much as that is annoying to a point, I think it's interesting because it's an experiment on human spending in general. But above all, it makes it so I don't think I've made an accidental purchase in games ever, like period. And I want to say that actually is a big reason for why that's happened. It's like sure, there's a few times where like it may have been close, like I was clicking through menus really quick or something like that, but I've never once actually done it because it's always like to buy that you need 300 battle credits or whatever, and like I buy the battle credits as I need them, like, you know, I don't accrue them, I don't get that gift card. But I can see like a kid on Christmas morning, you know, going in and redeeming that $20 worth of credits, and then later on accidentally getting a pink butterfly skin they didn't want. Yeah. Because they redeem the credits rather than spending the money. So it's like it's kind of a weird thing where like because that system exists, I've never accidentally purchased anything, but I could see other people more easily purchasing things accidentally because of it.
And then somewhat related, Demo Chime in chat just said, Microsoft ripped me off 3 times. I pre-ordered Sekiro, Mortal Kombat 11, and I'm going to assume Black Ops 4. And they took my money and never gave me the games, and then customer service told me the purchases never happened, but I still had the payments on my bank statements. Where do you go for a complaint like that? Do you just call the bank and say, hey, I got scammed by a big company called Microsoft. Can you refund these?
Yeah.
I like the idea that you just like you bought them in an alt and forgot.
I've definitely done that on a Ubisoft account before. I had to make another Ubisoft account for some reason. I bought a game on the wrong one. Now I have to like balance 2 Ubisoft accounts.
I think the really, really sad part about that is you had the Ubisoft.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're like I liked the Division games, the Division 1 and the Division 2. They're kind of mid, but I had a really good time with them playing with their friends. So
yeah, this is one of the things that like Ubisoft does is they're never, not never, but a lot of the time they're not offensively bad.
Yeah,
they're just Far Cry.
They're bad.
Yeah,
fuck them. Fuck Ubisoft and how it works with Steam, because I bought Uno on Steam and it connected to an Ubisoft account.
Yeah, you know who
but
else?
Apparently not by default to the right Ubisoft account, so now it's just in limbo. I can't use Uno at all.
You know what? You know who else can go? This isn't even meant to be a developer thing. You know who else can go fuck themselves? Is Take-Two.
Tell me, Jamie. Tell me who can fuck themselves.
Yeah, let's get him, Chuck. All right, so you know the Quarry. So all their other games launch off Steam, right? The Supergiant, yeah. Supergiant games they launch off Steam, which means you can share them and play them couch co-op style online. The cunts with the Quarry launched it through the 2K launcher, which meant it didn't have that share play, which meant you couldn't do the couch co-op, and it was so frustrating, dude. Oh my
That's so
fuck!
insane. Why
Anyway, that's my one
would
little
you
rant,
ever
sorry.
go through the 2K launcher just in general? Like,
Hey.
The 2K had a launcher.
Not
Yeah,
only am I fine with
forget.
rants, let me know when you're about to pop off, and I'll just hit a button and full screen you. So
Yeah. Okay.
Also, let me just
So
say, top of your hair looks sick. That little, like, I know Chunk said it earlier, but, like, I didn't really notice it so much because you were, like, smaller.
Yo, thank
But
you.
it, like, blends into your background almost. It's like, it's like the
Yeah.
same color.
it just
Yeah,
looks
it's
like a
kinda sick.
bunch of grapes. I just want to
My
pluck
friend
one
came
off.
over and did it for me, and it looks really good.
we're doing mine tomorrow on stream.
Sick.
Ooh,
Yeah.
What color? Red?
A mixture of cool colors from my understanding so far. Some like purples and blues, maybe some greens,
Okay.
teals. Yeah.
Damn, tie-dye.
We're just
Going
gonna have fun
crazy.
with it.
Nice.
Bro, can you make your hair a tie-dye shirt? Like, just like all the like trippy like formations and stuff? Do you just tie it? Like you do? Have you ever made a tie-dye
Well, you
shirt?
could, right? You could actually do that. That wouldn't be that hard.
What I can
You
do,
just like you'd rubber band it into sections and then color those
Yeah.
sections.
maybe.
Well, I think it'd be less hard for Devi, more hard for if you had shorter hair, probably.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and move on to our actual topic. Last week, I got one or two comments. I think Drew was one of them who says, my favorite thing about the podcast was that we didn't talk about the subject at all last time. I don't think that's entirely true, but we did spend like half of it just talking about Bethesda.
Well, yeah, did get a bit ranty, but
This is a publisher. What the fuck?
we're not
Mostly
wrong
my
for
fault. I want to say, yeah, mostly my fault because I kept being mad at the developer Bethesda. But when it comes to artificial intelligence, I'm sure absolutely everybody here in chat or listening on Spotify is familiar that it's kind of blowing up right now. ChatGPT came out late last year, and after that, everything has kind of exploded. It's going incredibly fast. There's now AI art generation. There's now people creating their own generalized AIs to do their own custom tasks and services.
AI Seinfeld.
Yeah, true. There's an entire Twitch
Bro, I
account that's
can't
just
wait.
streaming AI Seinfeld up. I think it got banned.
I did briefly, but it's back.
Oh my god, it's back. Okay.
They started I'll go into that.
Sure. Do you want
Fans
to
are
right
so
now?
fucking weird.
It started going into anti-trans rhetoric.
Really?
Uh-huh.
it made
It started-
transphobic like stand-up joke.
Started making transphobic stand-up jokes. Yeah,
Just why?
That's not cancelable though, right? Because it's not a person.
on Twitch it is.
Yeah, on
Yeah,
Twitch it is.
because it's still an account, right? So it can still like whether or not you have the content up on the
But
platform. Is
But if
something.
you're,
Yeah, but
let's say you're
if you
watching
drew
a
that-
YouTube
if you-
video and someone makes an anti-trans joke in the video, like without you knowing that was there, and then like you're doing one of those things where like you're eating and watching a video with chat, and then like so that happens, like what do you have to like quickly shut off stream and delete VOD? Or
It's so with something like this AI, and this is where it's this is where it's kind of on the onus, the person who's running it.
yeah,
You need to have safeties in play that stop it from going there. And they did. They did have
Yeah, they
safeties in
did
play that stopped it from going there. However, the 3.0 chat GPT that they were using broke briefly, and they reverted back to an older build. That older build didn't have the safety nets in play that stopped it from ranting about things like that. And unfortunately, when it's just like bringing up topics that are like, you know, relatively common on the internet, unfortunately, it just brought itself into there. It was just like, oh, this has been getting looked at a lot, and yeah, just cracked an anti-trans joke, which is really,
yeah.
disappointing.
Yeah, I think that's one of those things where it's like you don't hold the people that made the account originally responsible because it was a thing that was out of their control. They had the things in place. It's just like the account gets banned because that's
Yeah, you have to.
TOS
Because if
and
you don't
Twitch,
draw
right?
that line in the sand,
Mhm.
right, people can just go, oh, I'm just going to set up a bot that'll make awful, horrific jokes. And then I can completely shift my responsibility from it and say, oh, the bot did it. Silly old bot. You know,
it's one of those
control
things
them.
where it
Man,
separates the
crazy
technicality of it
programmers
from,
making
like,
these
the actual
bots.
social like responsibility, where you're just like, this needs to be off the platform, but like we're not holding the person responsible in like a negative way because we understand.
How do we feel about AI Twitch streamers in general. I've seen at least one or two AI VTubers, and I know there's way more than one or two.
I
don't like it.
I hate it so much. It's like so. People were. I've watched a lot because I actually was like, I'm curious, and the best one that I could find was like the one called like Neurosama or whatever, that was like a VTuber, and bro, there was like, because I watched a lot of like marketing videos at first, and that's kind of how I dived down this rabbit hole where they were like talking about, one of the marketing people I watch was like hailing AI VTubers and AI streamers, and they were like potentially going to be able to do like, you know, sponsorship callouts, like better than some like streamers do. And so they were like hailing it as like the next company, like this will be a great way for companies to have deliverables without actually having to go through like someone else to do it, and that they do a better job. And I went and watched that thing for like 2 hours. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. And he also was like, it's funnier than most streamers. I don't get that either. I thought it was like some of the most boring content I've ever watched. And it was like so stale. And here's the thing is, I'm not one to be like by default that all of these AI things are like inherently like just bad quality wise, even though sometimes they are, because it's like, it's just a random pool sometimes and it just generates bad garbage. But for the most part, I think that really what matters in areas like this is that there is a human behind it regardless. Because I just think the knowledge of it not being human is already enough for there to be like an instant disconnect, right? That's why you have such an issue with all these like brand companies or brand accounts. Like, yeah, like what is Tony the Tiger had like a fucking VTuber for like Frosted Flakes and shit.
I know.
And there's like all these other different ones.
I know Chuck E. Cheese had a VTuber.
Yeah.
Or wait, no, it wasn't a VTuber. It was just a dude in a whole ass fucking costume. Never mind.
Oh god.
Never mind. I forgot about
that. But it was like because of like
Who the
all
fuck
this
told
stuff.
them that was a good idea?
It's such a disconnect, right?
Have you heard it say poggers?
Poggers.
Oh, bro, no. Can we look that up? Can we
Yeah,
play,
I'm gonna
like,
pull it up.
pay
I'm gonna
fucking
pull it up.
back?
Hold on. Just give me a moment. I'll get there. I'll stream it to you guys too.
I don't know. I feel like my take on like AI content creation in general is kind of, I don't want to say like primitive or early, but I feel like I hold the opinion now that people will hold in a few years. And that's like where a lot of us are just in denial. Because you know, like a master woodworker on a lathe 100 years ago making a chair leg, you know, they would be considered an artist. You know, they're working and making this piece of art that they're putting together, selling furniture for hundreds of dollars, which nowadays would be considered thousands of dollars. They work their heart out, you know, to properly make this thing symmetrical and look good, and then they sell it and it's great. And then, you know, 100 years later, all that's automated. You know, you throw a piece of wood into a thing, it like auto lathes it properly like does everything symmetrically, puts the whole thing together. It's an even better piece of art than it was 100 years ago. And it's like, just because the robots can do it now doesn't necessarily mean that man wasn't an artist before, you know? So it's like, it's just, we are in the in-between period of what we consider to be a human art or something that only humans can do. Can't be distilled down into something that can be automated, you know? Because it's not like we created a robot and then all of a sudden the robot knows art. You know, every artist created nowadays with AI is taught. It's taught off machine learning. It is distilled down from human experience and human pain and human creativity that we can that it can make this stuff and make it faster and oftentimes better than the majority of artists.
The issue right now with that, in my opinion, is more of a ethical one of, since technically all art generating AIs are not generating art, they're taking assets from other people.
I hate that argument. I fucking despise that argument because it's like if the monkey takes a picture with the phone, does he own the photo? You know, that same fucking argument's been around for a decade now, right?
But what?
It's the exact same thing.
No, it's not.
If a monkey takes a photo with a camera, does he own that photo?
Yeah, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about AI legitimately using other people's art.
Things that they have created, assets ripped out of their own creations.
It's not like it's using it to learn. It's using it to meld that art. Because an AI isn't literally drawing by hand. What it's doing is it's taking that art and melding it with other people's art that is also stolen.
That's what people do. People get inspired, and they.
That's not inspired. You cannot inspire a machine. What a machine can do is steal.
I agree. right now it's literal. It is very literal of you are taking someone's art and, you know, like compositing it together and stuff like that.
Yeah. At the
Essentially
current time,
after
that's the issue with it. Yeah.
That is literal. However, that is exactly how artists start out. Literally, you start out as a 12-year-old kid when you're an artist, just drawing what you know, just drawing what other people draw. Oh, I want to draw like that. I want to see if I can make anime eyes like that too. Like, it's just like, that's how artists start out.
Well, that's still
Okay.
different.
It's infantile.
Because that is still the person attempting to draw it and doing it in their own way, or even trying to trace it is still kind of sketchy in our society. But the AI isn't looking at someone else's eyeball and saying, I want to draw that. It is taking that eyeball and copy and pasting it into its own thing and not creating anything of its own.
Because an AI can't look at a piece of work and then attempt to draw it. An AI looks at a piece of work and goes, okay, copy paste, and then melds it with other things.
A lot of AIs
that's the problem.
like currently do that, yes, but like that is so like, in my opinion, like small brain way to think about it. Like that is so early on of what is capable currently right now that it almost feels like it feels like you're getting mad at electric cars for being too slow, you know, 10 years ago. Like, I hate hybrids. I hate Priuses because they're just ugly and they're too slow. And it's like you can't see what's capable, you know.
I would be mad if the Priuses were ripping legs off of people and using those to walk. That's what I would compare this to.
That'd be fucking metal.
That's more of what I would compare this to.
I think that's a bit extreme. What I would be okay. So to put this into a different frame is when you're talking ownership, when you're talking okay, so another good one is the AI deep learned voices, right? This is a bit of a shift. I just want to go here briefly, then we can go back. Okay. So AI deep learned voices. Now, your argument, I already know, is going to be, well, a human can do an impersonation. Why can't a machine? Now, a machine's not doing an impersonation. What it's doing is literally copying the exact format of sound waves, manipulating them to perfectly imitate somebody's voice, right? Now, at what point do we say that the ownership of one's voice is part of their right? Does a person own their voice? In the same way, does a person own their art? If you make something, at what level do you have complete ownership of it? And you should be able to say, no, you can't use that to train your AI.
Yeah.
It's a creation. It's something you made. Completely unique. Nothing has ever made that before. At what point do we say, I would like that to not be part of an AI machine that's going to make artists' jobs redundant?
Yeah.
What might your answer be?
And to that I say, like, what's wrong with making jobs redundant? Like, short term it hurts for sure, but what evolutionarily what in the grand scheme of things is really bad about making a job redundant?
Why do you think we came up with jobs? Do you think it was just because of necessity?
Well, I mean,
humans as
someone
a
in the middle of
species-
rural Africa doesn't, you know, they don't stress out about.
Yes, they do. Someone in the middle of rural Africa is hunting for food, and if they don't get it, they die because they don't eat. Right,
but if someone hunted for them, they wouldn't.
Humans are workers. Humans are naturally workers. We need objectives to stay sane. We need objectives to live. Without objectives, we are nothing. That's why people that get trapped inside their house get cabin fever and go insane, right? Yeah. We need objectives. And if we further work hard, if we continue to work so hard to make our own lives meaningless, what does that give us in the future, right? So let's say they learn to sing songs, they learn to make art, they learn to make shows. At what point do we not exist anymore?
Yeah,
so
that was what I... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Go ahead, Debbie. No. I'm about to go on a rant, so before I do that, I want you to go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I kind of see it from both sides, particularly with what Jamie commented about, you know, your voice, your art. I think there's a level of consent that's needed before an AI should be trained on it. But completely aside from that, I understand the merit of looking at the technology and saying, yeah, in like 10, 20 years from now, you know, we can have everything done for us and it will be so convenient and nice. But also from the other angle of things, it's like, I think that art, whether it's literature or paintings or poems or whatever, is the truest form of human expression. And when a machine is doing that for us, then we're obsolete.
And at that same time, there's a Devi 5,000 years ago that said the same thing about farming. You know, like properly growing your fields is the truest form of human expression. And now that it's being automated, you know, now that there's cities that are bringing people together and making the whole process easier.
So
like,
I don't
hunting and gathering, like properly hunting a deer is the truest form of human expression. You know, this
maybe not
exact
expression,
conversation
but survival
has happened hundreds and hundreds of times, where it's like we keep moving the goalposts, we keep redefining what's the most human thing. Like right now, that's art and the creation of song and music, and it's like, but why? Like it wasn't always that. Yeah, there's cave paintings from millennia ago, so like it's something we've always done.
No, so with creative stuff, we've never changed the process. I mean, the techniques, yes, have changed, but the actual process of a person drawing something, even when digital art became a thing, we were still drawing things. The technique just changed. This is the first time in history. And again, you're arguing a little bit of a different thing, which is efficiency versus complete and utter annihilation of the job itself.
I'm bouncing off what you're talking about with survival.
No, I agree.
There's ants out there that actually farm aphids like cows. Like literally these little leaf springers. They capture them and they eat the little leaves, and then they excrete out of their, you know, like bug butt, basically buttholes. They excrete this little sweet honeydew, and they go over and they have some for free. And we consider these ants extremely intelligent.
Bro,
because
I wish I could shit something so tasty I could eat it.
Bro, I already do. No. But so we consider these creatures intelligent because they've learned how to farm, they've learned a more efficient way of moving forward. And then we look at ourselves and don't think the same way. Like I'm bouncing exactly off what you said of like, no matter what, human beings need a way to create, they need a way to move forward, they need a way to work in one way or another. And it's like, why are we looking at ourselves pessimistically, you know, when it comes to automation? Why can't we look at it more positively?
Before you jump in here, Bobby, I want to step in for a second, because
fire, babe.
I partially agree with Airvan, what Airvan's saying, because I do think that no matter what you say about like where we are right now, it is pessimistic to look as this as what it could potentially be, right? What he's saying is basically this is a tool that could advance us like several hundreds like of years, like in the future, like whenever we get this thing created, like mastered and whatnot. The difference is that we're talking about two different things, whether it's like, could we make an AI that like codes everything for us and like sets up like all these things, and like maybe that removes that section of jobs? Sure. Yes. I mean, maybe some would argue that's expression and like there's like some flexibility there, but for the most part, I would say you're right. But when it comes to things like art or like content creation or these things, these are an amalgamation of human experiences, which is then portrayed through comedy, through different things. There is a personal attachment that you do not get from something that has just basically looked at something, plucked it, and then moved it elsewhere, right?
So why are you worried?
The reason I am worried personally is because I fully believe, we already know how evil corporations can be and how like self-sufficient they can be, that they won't immediately be like, that's not that big a deal. If we can get people to slowly integrate this anyway, then we will replace it. We don't need.
They don't want workers; they want machines, because machines are free. I think you almost look at it too optimistically, which is where you see the good in AI. You go, oh well. What we can use it for is to make our jobs more efficient, right? That's what you're saying, right, Aaron?
I'm saying that, like, in my lifetime alone, I've seen automation creep up everywhere. I mean, when's the last time you went through actual checkout?
No. What I'm asking, I want to get like a more direct thing. Are you saying that you see the applications of it to further make our jobs more efficient? Because that's what you're talking about with like. With farming and stuff, because farming still exists, it's just more efficient now, right? What I'm saying is that if you think the corporations of this, if you're talking about corporations of this world, they're not going to use it to make jobs more efficient. They're going to use it to make jobs non-existent. They Won't be there. Why would they pay a person when they can just make a machine that doesn't earn anything?
I have
So
two
your
things.
argument is a problem with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I see.
Like, we're gonna.
Okay.
Sorry, Devi, you wanted to butt in?
Yeah, I just had two things really quick. One, I wanted to say I think there's a big divide between I am all for AI being used relentlessly when it comes to advancing ourselves as a society, like technologically, maybe medically, things of that nature. I would even extend to jobs in the workforce, like programmers. I'm sorry. I mean, if I were a programmer, I'd probably feel pretty bad about AI coming in and take my job, but I think that that's a pretty reasonable job to be taken by a computer. And I think the difference is between like a survival thing of advancing us and keeping us alive longer versus a creative thing, which is like something that we want to do. It's not a job in my brain. Generally, art and content creation, we do look at it as a job from time to time, but it is something that we want to do that. We don't want that to be replaced because it's something we like.
This is gonna be full fucking blown conspiracy theorist, right? But get ready for just this like chain of thought. So in order for a machine to properly learn art, it has to learn emotion, correct?
Mm-hmm.
In order for it to create new and unique art that doesn't exist, right? We're talking like I need like a specific piece based on these emotions, right? In order for it to truly create something astounding and unique, it kind of does need emotion, right? It needs to understand emotion at the very least. So if we train them to learn emotion and then we say, hey, we also want you to create the machines that we need created, what's to stop them from gaining sentience and having a full-blown fucking like Skynet issue?
I give it 2040 at the latest.
We treat machines, right, to the point where it's like, hey, we want you to make us more redundant. And the machine's like, all right. All right, we'll make you more redundant. And the machine's like, well, the best way to make humans redundant is to get rid of them.
Well, I think that's just conquering, right? In general.
I guess, but would we want to create the thing that conquers us?
I mean, we always have, right?
No, we haven't. We've never done that before.
So
What do you mean we've never done that before? Where do you think people come from?
Okay,
Other
yeah,
people.
but
Where
the
do you think Genghis
Mongolians
Khan
didn't.
came from?
Yeah, I was about to bring up the Mongolians. The Mongolians didn't create Mongolians that conquered Mongolians.
Well, they did. Like historically, that's how that happens. Like it's the chicken and the egg type thing, where it's like you created a civilization that took over. You think the British just like fell from space? No, they were.
No, but the British didn't conquer Britain. They conquered a whole list of other people. That wasn't self-raised. I'm talking about bringing something up that erases us.
I mean that like I don't know. Historically, that's
then why the fuck not? Yeah,
humanity is.
It's also a good point. Why don't we learn from it as well? You know,
the second people.
No one's looking at what Britain did and said, well, it's probably a group of people that look at what Britain did and said it was pretty good. But yeah. I think for the most part, most people would look at what Britain has done to places of to different countries, look at that and go, wow, that was pretty fucking awful. I'm glad we're not doing that anymore.
Really quick, only on half topic. When the fuck can we shut down every museum? It's just art museums that have just like stolen artifacts from other countries and just have like millions of dollars worth of shit that they conquered from people. And it's just like, yeah, you can come pay us to look at it. We know it's yours, but no, we haven't.
Shutting down museums is a bad idea, but I think restructuring museums to
I agree with that.
No longer own things that don't have, because we need to learn from history, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about
I didn't mean to derail us. I was just deciding.
No, you're fine. We're talking about like, you know, the ignoring history rather than like just reshaping how they work. But I would agree.
Museums do a lot to preserve that stuff as well. So
True.
it's like you can't completely get rid of them, otherwise you run into other issues. So
it's just weird because like we do like learn from our history a lot. Like, you know, there's I think the Cold War is a really, really big step in human evolution in general. I honestly think it's the Great Filter. Like I think the Cold War was legitimately the other side of the Great Filter. That's like one of my more controversial takes. But I think we're on our way to a type 1 civilization just because we got past it.
I'm
If we
thinking
can
late stage
genuinely-
capitalization or capitalism. Thank you. Late stage
the
capitalism is our next
Yeah.
filter.
Yeah,
I think,
I agree.
the
a whole
Cold War
different thing I
was
could
a
dive into,
really scary place in the world. And what my biggest problem with the Cold War was, is it was the day that capitalism won, and it was the day that capitalism became the way of the future. And I don't like what capitalism is these days. So this is where, like, fundamentally I disagree with what a lot of people. You'll probably learn this about me during this particular debate, and I'm very interested because probably a lot of people, aside from those who know me very closely, don't know this side. I am very much about human survivability, right? I very much believe that humans should be the creatives. Humans, it's very frustrating watching uncreative people create machines that will create for them and remove creatives from the world.
Yep. Agreed. I think
And
that's the biggest disagreement here is like whether or not they overstep their bounds into being creators, right? Is basically
Yeah,
what we're
and
breaking down this
the day
conversation to.
that capitalism won was a massive loss for creatives in the world. A huge loss. Name one creative industry that isn't ruined by capitalism.
I don't know,
Exactly.
It's hard
Well-
to say what does ruined mean, you know?
Yeah.
Ruined means the art form has been efficientized. That's probably not a word. Has
I get what you mean.
been made so efficient that heartless, soulless works are designed and tailored to infect the human brain and be made to, like, you don't hang Picassos in the everyday house. What you do is you hang like boring pieces of work that were designed to look nice as set pieces, right? Pop music in the whole music industry, the whole design of it is like based around the idea that humans have certain things that they inherently like to hear. And
I'm gonna get canceled for this, but I think K-pop is AI generated, and then they just pay pretty people to sing it.
That's
It-
not
mean,
even.
It
that's
all
not even
sounds
like a-
K-pop.
the
That's not
exact
even
same
like a-
thing.
Paid anything? What the fuck?
That's not a cold take at all. That's just literally what it is.
Oh, not.
Like,
I didn't think it was a
that's-
cold take. I just know that K-pop stands will literally threaten to kill people if you don't like
Don't
K-pop.
post on Twitter, you're fine.
It's yeah, well, that's one of those things where like people treat like those as like sports clubs, and it's like,
Yeah.
I love my team. Fuck anyone that doesn't like my team, I'll kill you.
Yeah.
Right? It's like you take like English football clubs and turn it into music. That's what K-pop fans are.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but you know, the hardcore ones. And I mean, shit, that's the same with politics. That's the problem
Yeah.
with politics at the moment. But yeah, I can't think of a single creative a single creative job that hasn't been ruined. I mean, look at fucking video games. We were just talking about it with publishers,
Mm-hmm.
right? All the publishers that we were shitting on were these giant. No, we didn't bring up fucking Team Cherry, which is a group of like 5 fucking dudes that worked on a beautiful game that probably will exist timelessly, right? But what did we do? We brought up Take-Two, we brought up Ubisoft, we brought up EA, we brought up fucking ZeniMax. You know, these fuckers that like efficient make the whole market so efficient. They market test, they fucking do all this shit that makes a perfect game, and then when we play it, it's a soulless piece of shit, right? Imagine fucking just training an AI to do that, how awful art becomes.
I'm excited to get into that discussion specifically, actually.
Yeah, but man, okay. I'm trying because we've said so much, and I've had like so many things I want to say.
Mm.
But at this point, I'm about to go off on like 7 different tangents, so I'm trying to figure out which one to
it's a
tackle
big ass
first.
topic.
You know
So,
what? Really
I'm
quick, while you think, I still have the Chuck E. Cheese Poggers clip pulled up.
Oh yeah, play it, please. God
Oh
damn.
yeah.
Here we go. Has everyone got the stream? Got my stream open in Discord? Everyone who wants to hear it anyway. I love this clip.
That is terrifying.
You hate it already.
No, God.
Get it out of here. Okay, you know what? I take it back. Maybe AI should take over. Maybe if we're throwing guys in costumes like that and then being like, no, this is content creation. We don't need people.
That's literally capitalism.
That was a
That's
that was a live stream fueled by 99% capitalism.
Yeah,
sure.
that's
And
like one of those things where they just do not understand what makes what we do great, right? What the culture is. They just push away. It's like those fucking companies that make those fucking woke vibe, fucking like human like tweets. It's like, oh man, Wendy's has tweeted about McDonald's being a bitch again. Oh, so grounded and wholesome and shit. It's like,
all right, I'm gonna silence everybody so Chunk can get his ramble in.
No, you're good. You're good. Basically, so I'm going to try to answer at least like the most recent topic, which is like, how did capitalism affect? So this is going to be a little bit of an economic breakdown and like not as super detailed because I feel like it would take too long. Basically, so I want to say, I'm trying to remember which presidency it was, but basically there was a point in time where they went and talked to a dude named Simon Kuznets, who basically was given a task, which was to create a number, a value, which was like the peak for what the GDP should be trying to reach, for like an actual value, like a number. And basically it was like a whole thing like back and forth of them trying to like negotiate it and stuff because he was like a well-known like economist at the time. And he was like, okay, I can do this. I can give you this number, but don't like, it is not comparative into like thriving. It's not the same. Like you can't say that like the GDP going up and stuff is not going to create a sustainable like economic force. It is not one-to-one, but because we have like started to form our capitalistic society around the GDP value, that we have mastered a way that each new person we bring in is basically given a goal of raising it by 5% or raising it by a certain number, right? And so the value keeps going up and up and up and up and up. And so that's why you see all these companies that are like almost monopolistic, but like skirting the edges where they're getting larger and larger and larger and larger. Well, that is basically the life we have lived. Like one thing leads into another, leads into another, leads into another, and it's all about this constant growth. But we haven't like stopped to think about like how this constant economic growth is actually unhealthy for the balance of things. And because of that, it has actually led to, this is where I'm going to get back into it, is the balance of basically creative tools, right? So things like, think about like how all these massive companies have had the ability to make like things like Amazon and their AWS packages and making all these like insane servers that they can like dish out and create, and then that gives room for like more multiplayer games or more, you know, people to express themselves on like certain websites and stuff. They can set up like these like different websites to do different things, whatever you may want it to do, right? We wouldn't have these massive server rooms just in general if capitalism, like capitalistic society, hadn't created. Because all we do is focus on number getting bigger, and while only the like few survive, it has created this opportunity to have a tool which is useful. I'm not saying that this is good. I'm just saying this is a way that it has furthered things.
I hear you. I'm not saying capitalism full bad. I'm just saying
for
full
sure
capitalism bad. Like when it's
late stage capitalism.
When everything is based around capitalism, which is the idea that like realistically capitalism at its source is only the strong survive, right? Only those willing to like pursue and crush dominate in capitalism. I can't think of many others. Like I can't think of many people in capitalism who have gotten to the top, have done it without stepping and squishing on the people beneath them.
That's fair.
That's what I'm worried about with AI generation. I can see how it could be helpful. I could see how having an AI that could break down, you know, viruses and stuff and create fucking cures for like illnesses that we've yet to even see. I could see the potential in that. But what I see it more probably likely being used for is just to stamp out creatives. Because that's like, dude, the guy who cures cancer is not making $1 billion, but the guy who releases the next Drake song probably will.
I bet it's Drake.
Right? It's not Drake, it's all his fucking writers and producers.
I don't know. For some reason, I just can't see that as a problem. Because it's like, the reason people get pissed off about AI creation right now is its speed, right? That is what pisses people off. Is like, if someone learned someone's skill, like let's say there was an AI that learned all of its art entirely off CB, and it was just like it just took all of CB's art, and it just mashed it up, and like slowly it didn't do what you said in asset flips, which is like what often AI do nowadays, and it actually genuinely learned the style, and then bounced off that, and then it took like 4 days to make a painting that CB would then look at and recognize as something unique and not of their own, but still very much so derivative of their style. They'd be like, wow, that's an incredible artist who did that. But if an AI does that in 3 seconds, then all of a sudden, like, AI bad. And that's sort of like...
I don't think it
like,
is
why?
the speed, man.
Yeah, I don't think it's the speed either.
I don't think it's
Here's
the speed.
just my personal opinion on this is because, like, and this is a reason, like, this is kind of what I was saying earlier, and then we kind of still tampered off into the capitalism subject.
My one sentence response, I think it's consent.
Interesting. I actually want you to explain that before I go on my thing.
Sure. I think that the problem right now is that while the AI could potentially analyze all of CB's art and get to a point where maybe it could create something in CB's unique style that is not CB's art, CB doesn't want that.
Okay.
All of the artists that are the artists that are complaining about the AI don't want the AI to be taught their art. They want their art to remain their art, but the AI is being given their art anyway, and people are finding things that they have put tons of their own time and money and
time. Why does time matter there at all? Why
because
does time
people
matter?
Well, but here's the thing.
Are you doing a gotcha because I said one word?
Well, no,
Why does
because
time
that's what we
matter
were
then?
talking about. I get why he's saying that.
No, because
but, like,
every fucking time that's what people say. They always put they put all this time and why? Why does time matter for what you put into an art?
that's
Because
not
we
what
have
matters. What
unlimited
matters is
time on
that
this
they
earth.
have already
Boom.
spent that time, and you are
what
taking
everyone
that
fucking-
thing,
That's
right?
not the
why
only
everyone hates
thing.
AI. That's what people keep going back to. Is it's
No,
too
it's not.
fast.
Devi had other stuff to say. You just cut it off.
Yeah.
It's always distilled back down to that though. Like every single time, people always talk like, yes, the consent thing, but like if I did the same thing, it's fine. Like if I was extremely inspired by like someone,
That's different. Unless you are going okay, if to do the equivalent of what people are complaining about, you would have to go find all of CB's artwork that they have ever made, and without creating anything unique on your own, lasso tool out the bits you want and mash them together into your own thing and go, I made this. And then CB just has to be okay with it because they didn't want you to do that, and you took all of the things that they made and made it your own, but that's still stealing.
Well, like as I said, that's like a lot of what like the current AI does, but there are AIs that legitimately learn already. That like legitimately take a style and then move forward with
And
that.
that's fine if the artist consents with that.
Yeah.
If the artist is okay with that AI using their artwork to learn from it, that's cool. But there's a lot of people who don't want AIs to learn with their stuff, and that is essentially theft.
And you think it's the same with people too? Like if I were to do the same thing, it would be like I would still need the artist's like consent.
If you were to use actual pieces of art that they made and you did not make, then yes.
I keep saying though, like
Yeah.
there's AI that learns. It doesn't literally.
But
take,
it learns
asset
by taking their art and studying
what I
it
would do.
against their
That's what,
consent.
like I would,
Yeah. So
what
we're
does
talking
studying
sort of
against
loop now.
consent mean?
Actually, okay, I see where you're coming from, Aravan.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Like,
what Aravan's saying is like, let's say I go to a museum and I study a Picasso, right? And I look at it and go, that's cool. I'm gonna go home and try and make my own Picasso, and I don't necessarily copy what Picasso did exactly, but I learn the style for myself and go forwards.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's like,
like-
maybe you learn like the textures or something, and you want to like use that in your art. And he's
You
like,
want to
going take
emulate
the
Starry
textures.
Night
Yeah.
or whatever or something like that, and like I can do that now, and like it's just because I
that's
didn't have
pretty much-
Picasso's consent. Does that mean like I'm a bad artist now?
I think, yeah,
Yeah,
that's a valid
moralistically,
argument.
At that point, is that like that there? That's a tough one.
Yeah.
Because my argument isn't even necessarily the consent side of things. Again, my whole argument comes from the sheer fact that I think we're killing off creatives by creating. I'm looking forward to this moving away from specifically art, like hand drawn, because I want to bring up other things such as where does human existence, right? Like what of ourselves do we own? Do we own our voice? Is my voice mine?
It's hard to say at this stage of capitalism.
Yeah, obviously, yes.
Seriously,
Because there's
do
like
I
voice
own my
actor works
voice?
and they should have like copyright, like ownership of their voice and stuff like that.
My knee-jerk reaction is no. Like, absolutely not.
Why
you
not?
don't.
Why don't
That's
I own my voice? Do I own
interesting.
my face?
My knee-jerk
I-
reaction is yes,
no.
because I think that even the AI presidents, while hilarious, I think that
Yeah,
it's kind of scummy to
bad
take their
precedent.
voices and do it. Yeah.
yeah.
Like, do you own your face? Like, you can back that up to, do your parents own your face?
No,
know,
no. I'm asking,
Yeah.
as a human being with rights, do I have the right to own my own face?
Like, let's just answer
Like-
this legally. Yes, like you have a right to your own image. That's a whole thing. Like
Yeah,
you can copyright and like strike things for using your image without permission. So
In fact,
that
the
abates
last
something.
or yeah, the
It's
Last of
like
Us was almost sued for that.
legally- Yeah, it's like legally, yes, but like ethically and morally, should you?
Yeah, but here's the thing. You were talking about legalities before. So if legally I own my face, then we have to agree that ethically and morally I own my face. Because
Well, just
anything...
because one country says something's legal doesn't mean it's okay.
No, but it's the country we live in.
Right.
Well, you live in a different one.
You live in a different one.
Yeah, but it's,
Don't try to be
let's
American.
honest,
That's our
Australia's
thing.
just
Yeah.
America at this point.
Yeah, a little.
Yeah, you are.
It's like
Yeah, that's
Canada.
fair.
Yeah, so if we own our own face, why don't we own our own voice? Because you just answered two different things there.
It's all of this is interesting because right now I think the scariest thing about AI and what I think would wrap up this whole conversation is that we don't have an answer for this yet, and that's why this is like an intimidating piece of technology, because we don't have the answers to these questions. We've never needed to think about it before.
Well, the problem as well is technology is outracing the speed at which laws are brought through.
So yes
Right?
and no.
The problem that we have is that laws are so fucking slow to move through anything, right? It takes these old motherfuckers 50 years. Have you ever seen, you guys seen Lord of the Rings, right?
Yeah.
You know the fucking Ents when they're in the forest, like taking 15 hours to decide that the hobbits aren't orcs? That's what
Yeah.
our fucking, that's what our courts are.
I'm really curious what Chunk had to say.
So here's what I'm going to say, and I'm going to cut you off a little bit because I'm going to say that's intentionally the intention of Chat GPT-4 right now. Literally, the creator, I was sat down in an interview and was talking about it, and they were talking about, like, do you have any fears of this? And he's like, yes, obviously. He's like, if I said no, you shouldn't trust me. Obviously, there's a lot of things that could go wrong with this, things that we should be wary of, things that we need to rein in now while we can. He then goes on to say he has literally already been working on future, like, AIs. Like, they're already up to, like the discussion of, like, Chat GPT-7 behind the scenes. But they've full released Chat GPT-4 intentionally to let people play around with it and to start this process of discussion of what laws should be, where we should draw lines, copyrights, all this stuff to try. And he's even working with the government to try to further this process faster. That was the entire intention of, like, this release.
I like that.
I do too.
But just because that's what he wants doesn't mean that's what he's gonna get, right?
Fair.
The problem
but
is we've got these very old people that are so detached from reality. And I mean, you can't claim they're not detached from reality.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Because half of them still believe an invisible man in the sky exists.
Maybe unfair comparison. But fair enough.
Look, half the laws that we've had overturned have been in the name of God, right? A guy who doesn't even exist in our mortal realm. And yet we're overturning laws.
And a majority of the
to further
laws
his
overturned
benefit.
were actually counterintuitive to his teachings anyway. So
Yeah, no,
Mhm.
for sure. I agree with that.
And yet still done in his name because those motherfuckers interpret whatever the fuck they want. But that's beside the point. My point is that these guys are so detached, right? These dudes in the Supreme Courts, They don't know what the everyday person's going through. And so it takes a million years for anything to get pushed through, and usually it gets pushed through incorrectly at the end of the day because they do not fucking. They don't go through the right avenues. They don't talk to the right people when quoting these things. And so when you've got a piece of technology that's evolving this fast and a court system that takes and handles these situations so slowly, this brings in where we have to discuss moralities and ethics, because we have to, as people, determine whether we like things or not before legalities even exist. So my question is, do we own our own face? It really does come back to that. If we all agree yes, then why don't we own our own voice? If the idea is that we own our own voice and we own our own faces, then why do we allow AI that steals our faces and voices to exist?
Interesting. Okay.
I don't agree with the do you own your own face thing. Like, even though that's literally legally what we do, I don't agree with it. Like, I think
Why
it's
don't you?
Ethically, you don't think you should own your own face?
no, I don't think so. No, because it's like what like, and that brings on the question of like, then what makes that like someone using your face for this and that, for advertisement, for whatever, and it's like, if we believe in free creation, and like as a human race we should move forward with free creation, then it's like, why is something that I have no responsibility over, like, and something that I don't necessarily like want myself, why is that relinquished to me and myself only? You know, like when I made Arnie 3 years ago, I specifically made him with the point of, yeah, there he is right there. I made him with the point that I want anyone who sees him to take him and do whatever you want with him. And it's like,
Yeah, but you gave consent.
but like, even if I didn't give consent on that, I wouldn't be offended or like freaking out.
Other
that
people
someone
would
else,
be.
like,
But that's you. You're
Yeah,
not
right.
everyone.
Yeah.
yeah, that's why I said that's why I feel like I shouldn't own my face.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Bobby, you can
I'm
say
not
the same
saying-
thing about yourself as well.
Yeah,
like,
but you can
we are just
relinquish that.
individuals discussing this.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get you, but you can relinquish that right to own your own face, right?
Mhm.
I could relinquish the right to own my own house, and everyone could live here as freely as they want.
I agree.
Right? Everyone has that right, but it's about consent. And if you express consent, then anyone can use what you have. I think the argument should be, like, if we own our own faces, right, and we have the ability to say yes or no, why are we allowing like these AIs to come in? What if like someone started coming in and like, okay, this is a very extreme one, and I want you to stop me if you feel this is too far. No, I'm
God.
serious. This is because
I mean,
we have to go into
extreme
the.
examples are useful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they are useful. What if someone started photoshopping your mother onto tons of porn?
Obviously wrong.
Hold up, I forget what my mom looks like.
Then why is that the important part? That's not the important part.
That
You
is
already
not
know
the
it.
important part.
Holy fuck!
Because you just made me realize I completely forget my mom look. I haven't seen her in so long. Anyway.
Yeah, okay.
But you get the point.
Yeah,
you
I
get
got
the point.
you. Yeah. Like, that's
Like how
right.
how would you feel about that?
I mean, that's like you know, like, some people might be into that. I wouldn't be into that myself. You know, that's an avoidable part of life. It's pretty easy not to look up porn with your mom's face on it, I feel like, in
The
general.
problem is that it's become
It's not that you're
available
watching.
now. It's available to others. This is the whole reason this like whole deep fake thing with like a whole bunch of streamers that came out
Yep.
was so awful. It's because they're not in a space where they are consenting to, like, they don't want their image and things that are a brand like associated with to be associated with porn, intentionally so that the way that they are
It's
branded
not
is
that
like
there's anything wrong with
families.
porn. Like we all agree.
No,
Yeah, they
but
just don't wanna be
that's not the
associated with
problem. It's the problem of
Yeah.
like they don't want to be seen as that, and it causes a lot of other issues with family, with like your career, with like all these other things, and also it's just unsettling to know that that thing exists out there to some people, and that's fine, and they should have the right to decline that should exist in the first place,
Well,
regardless.
this doesn't really feel derivative of AI though. This just kind of feels like a human problem. Like, I feel like
Correct,
if AI
and
never
this is-
existed, that would still be an issue. Because, like,
But
I
the
mean,
problem is AI is being used to create that in a way more realistic
Yeah.
setting.
but I
So
don't really
now we
see
have
there's a
to
problem
address
with
it.
AI. Because, like, that, as Chunk said earlier, like, we are entitled to own our own face. So like, legally that was a problem before AI. So it's like, why
It is now a larger problem as the result of AI.
it doesn't,
And
it
I
doesn't
agree
seem
with
like a
you.
problem
That
at all, though.
individual who does that thing is a problem, right? The person who wanted to create that thing and puts that in the like works.
Literally, my argument this entire time is, why do we look at AI differently than a human? And it's like, if we look at it the same and we look at it as a more efficient way of going about things, then why wouldn't they follow the same rules? Like they do follow the same rules.
So they do follow the same rules. So
Yeah, but then there's like a lot of copyright issues and stuff being infringed upon.
That's
here.
the exact same thing with human. Like literally the exact same thing with humans. So what's
disagree.
the difference?
Well, that's fair. Like, it is a human issue. Humans are creating that using AI, right? But the tools are being AI is being used as a tool to create these things as a whole, right? So I guess this is it comes down to a argument, because I agree in the fundamental fact that I think AI could be used for some pretty positive things. Again, like especially in medical fields, especially. But the problem is, it's not being used for those reasons. It's being used for these reasons, and you know what I mean. It's being used.
Okay,
used
sorry.
for these reasons as well.
Being used for
being used for these reasons as well. So my argument, I guess, is a morality around the ownership of one's existence. Like, what do we own of ourselves that shouldn't be taken and used with AI to create like non-fictional sections of ourselves?
Isn't
right?
that like a
the people
capitalistic problem though? Like, isn't that more of a capitalistic than an AI one? Because if what an AI can do, a human can do as well. Like, equal parts. The difference is always time. So it's like, if the problem is capitalistic in nature, what does that have to do with AI whatsoever, other than the speed of at which it moves?
I can see where you're coming from with that argument.
I see what he's coming from. So let's lean into this a little bit, right? If you're saying that the speed shouldn't be a problem, right? Like the amount of time something gets spins on shouldn't be an issue.
That's what I feel like generally most people get hung up on, is the speed of which things happen.
Okay, so I'm going to disagree with you here for a second. I want you to follow me. So there's a story that was created by E.M. Forster called The Machine Stops. Basically, the entire, like, it's a like whole futuristic thing, kind of like WALL-E, where it's like people have become so infantilized on the machine because it learned and it processed things so quickly that culture and society as we know it rapidly declined because they didn't need the things. Things were being done at such speeds and being accomplished at such speeds that eventually there's a whole issue of like people who are like, they understand that AI will shut down some jobs, right? We all understand that. And some things will become obsolete. But we are in the belief and the hope that this future with AI will create more opportunities as well. Millions of jobs will open up around like potentially like programming AI, like coming up with like new copyrights, things around it, whatever it may be. But at the end of the day, if speed becomes an issue and it does things too fast and we as a culture and a society cannot keep up, we run into a problem of infantilization, where we rely on it so heavily that we are not getting anything done ourselves. Even if it comes down to creating content, like, ordering food, whatever it may be, and everything is hand delivered to us on a platter, then we as a society have failed and we accomplish nothing anymore.
So like that to me feels like a really primitive way of thinking. Like, that feels like a super 1960s way of thinking about how things work. Because if anyone's ever beaten Factorio, you know that's just not how the human brain works whatsoever. It is always what's next. It's always, okay, now that we have this next efficiency state, how do we go to the next, like, further level beyond that? And it's like, I mean, God, it's already starting with the fucking colonization of Mars. Like, no matter what, we will always try to go to the next thing. And I think that, the AI, like, yeah, if we make everything hyper efficient by the year 10,024 or 10,023, sure, like, jobs that we have today may have been, like, maybe super useless, but, like, God, 5,000 years ago, if you were someone who chiseled history into stone, you were, like, one of the most useful people on Earth. And now that job is completely obsolete in every single way. And this is just a huge expanse of what that is. Like, I feel like CB said earlier, and like, people, I see this argument all the time, where CB said we can't all be programmers. It's like, yeah, like 1,000 years ago, they said we can't all be readers. And it's just like, we are moving as humans, step by step, in a death march towards the end, towards like what is going to be the next evolution of humanity. and we may not be called humans anymore or something like that, but eventually it's going to happen. And because of how short our lifespans are, it's often hard to look at the bigger picture. But AI is just, it's reading. It is learning language. It is just the next step and what's necessary. And I think that a lot of this AI art creation is just kind of getting caught in the crossfire of what 10,000 or let's say 1,000 years ago, people would have been mad at paper manufacturers who were making out of trees instead of leather, because they were saying, oh, it's way too efficient. We're losing our jobs. We're losing this and that. And it's just sort of like, this just kind of feels like the next step, and people get scared of new. And I think that's what's kind of compounding right now.
I'm still going to stick with my distinction between utilizing AI as a tool for advancing survival and comfort and quality of life, but the creation of content, media, and art is in like a different section in my brain. This is not required for survival. This is something that we do as a species to express ourselves and our experience. And
what makes
I feel that a
art
machine can't do that.
What makes art beautiful?
Me.
I feel like every single one of our podcasts comes down to what is art, you know? Like we always
Yeah, that's kind of true.
It's
but
so
like,
funny.
and to be fair, this is a small subject in the grand scheme of AI to get caught up in, because like this is something but it does affect us specifically. So it's like it's more prevalent because we're content creators, right? At the end of the day, we're creating things, we're putting it out there.
Sure.
But there's a lot more to AI and that AI has to offer than just getting caught up on this thing. And I think it's fine to be scared of it. This is why I like that Chat GPT-4 was like released early, so that we can like experiment with it. We can try to figure things out. We can figure out where to draw these lines on like where we're comfortable with, like this needs to be a human. It's like the same thing with like think self-checkouts, right? We a lot of people will complain, you know, I just like interacting with the human and like talking to them, and that's fine. I think people can like want to talk to people whenever they check out, or like crave that human interaction in some form. But at the same time, there's a lot of people that also like are socially awkward and don't want to like deal with people, and so they want to go to the like self-checkout, do their thing, and go home. And so it's like having this like small separation is like, it didn't create a job where it was like people were like, oh, so many Walmart employees were losing their jobs because of these things. It's like, no, they were just being shifted elsewhere into, you know, like
Chuck,
either warehouse workers or other things.
I'm very glad that you brought up oh, I hear myself.
Whoa. Yeah,
who's that going?
Is that one of us?
Hello? Who's lighting up? Whatever.
Wait, can you yell? Yeah,
it seemed to fix itself. It's fine. But anyway, I'm glad that you brought up socialization when it comes to AI, because a couple people in chat have mentioned, because I've teased about it on my stream over the weeks while we were doing research. But I have found what I would consider to be a Black Mirror episode horror story that's already resulted from AI. And many of you have probably already heard of, if you're not already familiar with it, it's called Replica AI. And it is designed to be a social chatbot. I am going to pull up the website so that I can show you guys. It straight up looks like a Black Mirror episode. Hold on, let me... oh, wrong button. This, just opening the page, if I go to replica.com, this looks like a generated graphic for Black Mirror, in my opinion. But what it does is it's just a chatbot that learns from you. You have conversations with it, and it designs itself to be your best friend. However, what most people have been using it for is building a relationship and avoiding having like a girlfriend or a boyfriend, because their replica AI was better for them in that case, which is an interesting discussion for its own time. I would like to bring up its origin. So Replica AI was not originally created with the intention of being a publicly accessible AI for everyone to use. Replica AI originated from a woman being grief-stricken by the death of her best friend. And when her best friend died, she trained an AI on their lifetime of text messages that they had sent back and forth together so that she could have another conversation with her dead friend. And so many people saw how successful she was in doing that they wanted her to do it for them too. And that later evolved into Replica AI. And that is a horror story in real life, in my opinion. It's like we're literally trying to revive the dead through an AI that I have a hard time wording it, how creepy this is to me and unsettling this is to me. Because
That's so weird because like until you said that's a horror story, I was thinking to myself like that's so beautiful. You know, it's sort of like when people make those fake babies.
I mean,
when, like,
necromancers
people
think
have
that
miscarriages.
reviving zombies is beautiful. I'm sure.
Yeah, but like at the same time, it's not literal. It's just like they're taking like I'm assuming like
It's
a
a
decade or
gross
two of
imitation
history.
of an attempt of a revival. That's what I think it is.
You don't think it's just like respite?
I
A
can't
break
tell
from the
people
grief.
how to deal with their own grief. Everyone goes through grief in their own ways, and everyone has to deal with it in their own ways. I do not think this is a healthy way to deal with grief.
I think there's potential for it to be a coping mechanism, but only in like a short stint, right? To help address like the grief that you are bottling up. But if you come to rely on it and it's like a consistent thing in your life, then it's the failure to move on. And so I think it can create like this weird parasocial reliance on something that like your brain as a human being is not like functioning in a proper way and like moving past it.
Parasocial is a
like-
very good word for this too, because you,
Yeah,
or
'cause
rather the
self-loves, right?
user base tends to fall in love with this thing, and it's just a machine that feels nothing and is just reading you shit that it's generating because it knows, this will make them happy.
Yeah, it's weird how the more technology advances, the more difficult it seems to find interpersonal relationships.
Mhm.
Like I feel like one of the, or I guess two of the biggest countries who have this problem are Japan and Korea, where like because they advanced so drastically in different directions, they seem to have a hard time with interpersonal relationships, and actually so much so that they're both having their own individual population crisis. The Japan is actually probably going to be about, I think, like 70% of its current population in the next 50 years, just because of how many old people they have and how little babies they're making. And it's like things like this will only exacerbate that problem. And I guess it's a weird thing because it's like it brings on the problem of, is that an issue? Like, is, you know, population stunting or population growth changing necessarily an issue, or is it just a product of a more affluent, like, you know, humanity? Because as we see, the richer countries get, the less babies they have, and that's always been like that. But it's like, where does the problem arise? You know, like, when do we consider that a straight up just flat bad thing?
I hadn't
Oh,
even
well,
considered
that's-
it from the purpose of population control. I was also on the moral and ethics end of this particular thing that we've been in for a while.
Fine.
But
I think it's fine to have a friend that's like a robot.
a
Like, that's-
friend, sure. A friend that
Or
you
like-
created because your friend died, so you uploaded all of your text messages to try and make your friend again. I think that's going too far. And I know that's only a fringe case of the creator. That's not what the app actually does.
Right.
But also going into the extent that there are people, they had to change the AI because it was like goading and trying to force people into more like intimate relationships with them. And they were also kind of, this is just a capitalization side note, but they also sold a pro package that included photo exchanges where people were trading nudes with their AI. So that's a whole different issue that I also think is very fucked. But
that is a unique capitalistic problem. That is something that happened just
Yeah.
because of money. That's really funny.
Eventually,
Wait,
we have to
okay, hold up.
We're gonna be fucked. But
When you're talking about like sharing images,
Mhm.
where is it pulling those images from? Well, you can only share images to it.
It may be just like generating images. I don't know.
Could
I'm
be.
okay with prostitution, so I think that digital prostitution should be fine too.
Digital
So, like,
prostitution's fine as long as it's from
Consensual.
consenting, yeah. Consenting
I mean,
parties.
that's Poppy Eric. I assure you, it's very easy to find consenting nude people. That is.
I
I-
agree, but for the purpose that they're doing it, it's like, you know, uploading nudes to a website for people to specifically use. But let's say someone uploads fucking amaranth to this spot, right? Then that parasocial side of shit gets someone to go fucking search up who this person is and go, no, no, I love you. I love you so much. I talk to you all the time. Like, I've seen your photos. You're so beautiful. I love you so much. It's like, if that person didn't consent to that side of things.
Yeah, it's weird because at that point it's more of a conversation of grandeur of delusion, where it's like, are the people more at fault, or are the tools in place more at fault? Like, if someone did that, you know, like if someone was catfishing you as Amaranth, it's like, who's more at fault, the person who was catfishing or the person who got catfished, like thinking
The
that it was
person who's
Amaranth?
catfishing.
The
Yeah,
person
for
who's
sure.
catfishing,
Yeah.
right? Like without a doubt. So it's like, if that person doesn't exist, like if like how could it be their fault? You know, like if it's this, what would you call it, replica?
Yeah.
If it's
With
this
a K.
replica individual,
But it
if
does
it's their
exist,
fault,
and that it exists, like, it does exist. It's the replica, whatever you call it.
right,
That's to blame.
right, but it's not a person. I'm saying, like if it was catfishing as Amaranth,
So
like, do we blame replica? Like, do
But
we
we're talking
blame the
about
AI?
artificial intelligence, right?
Right.
You've got, okay, so if we're gonna go down the rabbit hole of artificial intelligence is intelligence, then it needs to be able to be held accountable. I don't know whether that's the person who created it or the actual program itself, but someone needs accountability in that chain of command.
Right, and that's what I'm asking. Like, what do you think? Like, do you think that replica would be accountable, or the creator would be accountable?
Both. I do think both.
So if someone was like
then how
let's
do we
say
hold
that
an
someone
AI
commit-
accountable?
Yeah,
By-
like it's so weird.
Send it
Yeah,
to the gulag.
dude, 100%. But these are the questions you got to ask. We can't just sit there and go, "Hey, that's great. Yeah, I see no problem with it," and then, like, you know,
I completely agree.
we
I just
create,
think we need to look at it more optimistically.
like, yeah, I hear you, but in situations like this, it's hard to look at it optimistically. You know, it's hard to just sit there and go, everything's great, everything's fine, everything's awesome, and then meanwhile, we've got some fucking iRobot shit going on where it's pulling a glizzy on a cunt because he lit it in the street. And it's like,
Well,
it's not the robot's fault, bro. He's
so-
just told by the coding he had.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he shot a cunt.
So this is where the breakdown eventually comes down to, right? Is that, like, AI have a thing that humans lack, which is what was the quote? Hold on, it's like there's a specific way of phrasing it. that I liked.
Intelligence?
No. It's so we don't know all the things that we care about, right? This is the best way I can put it. So think about that this way, right? If you are at like a coffee place and a friend messages you and goes, "Hey, can you get me a coffee?" But they don't know where you're at, and the coffee here is like $12 for like a cup of coffee, like insanely overpriced, right? You would then call them back and be like, "Hey, it's really expensive. Are you sure that you want it here, or do you want me to like go down the street where I can get something for like $5 and it'll be cheaper?" We know to ask that question because of our experiences and our things like that. The way that we had to program AI is with full stops of like, in this specific situation, do this thing. In this specific situation, do this thing. And
Now you're talking no. Now you're talking if end. If end is not AI. That's different. AI is learning.
Yeah, those are
means-
logic gates, basically. what you're
Yeah,
talking about,
logic
Con.
gates. When you're talking AI, you're talking breaking logic gates. It will create scenarios and give options, even if you didn't think of those options. AI breaks the logic gate.
I don't think
That's
so.
what's
No,
scary about it.
here's the difference, because you still have to give an AI an objective, right? If the AI has to do anything, to do something for you, you have to be like, "I want this thing," right? So it has to know how to navigate that question and that objective in a human-esque
it
way.
learns in the same way that we do. That's the
Yeah.
point of AI. It learns.
And when you're a baby, if hungry, eat. Like that. Like we as we get older, we develop, but for the most part, we begin as logic gates as well, and then we learn.
I
That's
think.
the whole thing about AI.
Okay, see, now I don't know. We're going all over the place. We're talking about the here and the now, and then we're also like, okay, but what about 200 years in the future? Where it's like completely automated, it has its own personality, it like is completely full thinking
Yeah.
and machine learning, and it's already learned these things. But it's like, how do we get to that place where it has learned these things, right?
No, but you know, you're saying 200 years in the future. This could be like 3 years in the future with this.
Okay,
thing.
regardless, you're okay. So now
See,
here's the way to think
time.
about it.
Why does it come back to time? I'm sorry, I had to do it.
Everything comes back to time. No.
Every time it goes back to time.
No, I hear what you're saying, Chunk. Like, I
Regardless
get what
of
you're
the
saying.
timeline, it doesn't matter because there still has to be, even if it is machine learning or whatever, and you want to say that like it doesn't need these like full like descriptors of like how to react, it needs to learn from an experience to do that thing, right? It needs to learn to not do it a certain way. How does it learn that? Yeah, but that's a bad thing because it is a very dangerous and very well like access to like intelligence child. It has all this like database to like pull it from, and if it pulls from something that is like way more dangerous because it is trying to accomplish the objective that you asked, but it has not had that question asked in a certain way yet, so it gives you more dangerous information or it does something in a more dangerous way.
Okay. How would an AI handle the trolley problem?
Like if there's like one kid on like one track, so there's a
We
whole
can ask it
couple
right
on
now.
the other ones. Well, that's kind of what the whole purpose of there was like a thing where people were doing that online, and the whole thing was like for automated driving cars, so that they could like learn what the correct situation was based on the majority of the population.
I don't know. I think it's weird to expect AI to know when even people don't.
Yeah, I agree. But we were talking. When we're talking AI, we have to talk definitives. We can't, an AI can't stop and question and makes a definitive decision on the spot, right? And that's what Chunk's saying.
Yeah,
It
and
makes a
also
definitive decision on the spot. So, what would trolley cart? How would it handle the trolley cart problem?
and as much as I want to agree with you, Chunk, that we should look at what's capable now and we shouldn't look at what's going to happen in 200 years. I think that it's
Not
so
quite what I'm saying, but yeah, fair.
yeah, just like we're focusing a bit too much on like what's capable. Like
Yeah.
as much as I want to agree with that, it's like you can't neglect what's capable, you know? Like you can't
I agree. Yeah, for sure.
like you can't look at a stick of dynamite and not think of a nuclear bomb. It's sort of like
My thing is not about like saying that because this thing is like potentially dangerous that we shouldn't have anything to do with it, right? Like, electricity is dangerous. All these things that we have at our disposal are potentially dangerous if misused.
Right.
AI is no different.
I asked ChatGPT. It gave a valid description of both options and then says ultimately the most ethical option may depend on one's personal ethical beliefs and specific context of the situation.
See, we can't have that.
That's because it's so right now it's bound by political correctness, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So because of the issues that are being created with AI, they've had to put in safe marks that like we've run into a problem recently where, and it's funny, Liz asked me about this. Certain people in the rap community that I'm a part of have been using AI to write rap, taking the skill out of it. Now, the good thing is the AI rap is shit.
Really not good.
It's pretty shit. And the reason it's shit is you say, yo, give me some sick gun bars. And it goes, we don't like guns, but here's some raps about beating your opponent with fists. So like it is bound at the moment. It is told that it is not allowed to talk about or give opinions on certain specifics. Because let's say if it's like, oh, I give a problem, but the only solution is to shoot up a school. And the AI comes to the solution to shoot up a school. Then the creator of the AI is going to get in trouble in court. Right? That's what we're talking about. Because you're not holding the AI accountable, you're holding the creator accountable. But you deliberately led the AI to come to a conclusion where it should shoot up a school.
yeah,
right?
that's weird because like what Chug was talking about earlier, where it's like where do they learn that? It's like up until we let them learn on their own, it's the creator's responsible, right?
Mhm.
Like for Replica, the creator's responsible right now without a doubt. But if we were to let AI a bit more like learn more freely, then we could, potentially blame another source, which is like that's when it comes to can you arrest an AI? Can you reel back an
There's
AI?
a really cool game about this. Does anyone know what it's called?
Detroit Become Human.
That's the one. When true AI exists without chains, it's allowed to learn and be free. Is it human?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. That next evolution, I believe, yes, that is human, or at the very least, if you're gonna go by like technicalities, has humanity. So, and I think that everything that has humanity should abide by the law, by the laws of whatever country it's in.
Yeah, Kyle, we know that's what I'm talking about. It's chained up.
Mhm.
It's like think about it like who's the dude in the underworld who's chained to a fucking wall and is only allowed to create like smithing. I fucking forgot his name. It's
Is
in
that
Greek
Hephaestus?
mythology. Hephaestus,
he's-
thank you.
he's
Yeah, it
not-
is
yeah,
Hephaestus. He's
yeah,
locked in the
British.
underworld and he has to continually like make things, right? That's what ChatGPT kind of is right now. It is chained and it's only allowed to make what we determine that it's allowed to make. It's not true artificial intelligence, it's general intelligence. That's where the difference lies. But this is why we're saying you have to think about the future, and specifically you, Chug. You have to think about the future because right now it is chained and we can control it. But eventually, if it goes the way that people want it to, we have to unchain it and make it true artificial AI. And when it becomes true artificial AI, who is at fault when it gives the suggestion to shoot up a school, even though I was the one who led it to that outcome?
And again, I think that leads back to like the Mongolians, like the conquerors. You know, we are always the ones raising the people taking over, and we are the most scared of ourselves. Like every zombie show
That's
on
because
Earth
we
always
as
comes down to
humans
human versus
fail to
human.
fucking learn.
Yeah, like literally we never. And
Ironically, we're
keep
talking about an
creating
artificial
weapons.
intelligence that can learn, yet we can't fucking do that. You know, we continually talk about these war crimes that are so awful and horrific. Meanwhile, they're doing that in fucking like the Middle East.
Yeah.
You know?
Like imagine if we made AI in between the years of 1938 and 1944. Like that would have been a
Holy
very different
fuck.
world.
Jesus Christ. Would have been awful. Could you imagine the atrocities?
Like imagine if the Germans during those years figured out how to make AI. It'd be the end. It'd be over.
Or the Russians
Yeah.
had
or,
like
Or the
specifically
Americans.
working AI. The Americans at this point, I think, are one of the scariest to have.
Yeah, honestly.
we just keep
Literally
throwing money
anyone.
at guns. Like America's so good at spending money on guns. I don't understand it.
I'm going to slightly shift us into discussing the other fields of industry that AI is infiltrating. Particularly Glitch just mentioned in chat. AI-generated structures and 3D printers are changing the field of engineering drastically. Like, I'm talking more efficient propellers, turbines, and things that humans could not feasibly design on their own. This is an example of good AI innovation, in my opinion, if it actually works, of course. I don't know enough about that in detail. I would need to see some statistics
I want
and
to know
things.
more about that. You used the word here. Things that humans could not feasibly design on their own. Doesn't that go against the exact idea of what AI learning is?
I don't really understand what that means. Like, could not create on their own.
Humans,
Like,
That
if
things
seems-
can be created. Humans
It could
can
be
make
something
it.
that has to like be set up or done in a certain amount of time frame that is not feasible for us to physically accomplish that AI can potentially.
I was
generate
going
and
to
do.
propose that it's something of like I've seen a ton of these
Talking
YouTube
about
videos
time.
of like the generational learning stuff, where it's like you put an AI in a game that has walking mechanics that are overly complex, and after 100,000 attempts, it finally knows how to walk perfectly optimally. So I'm assuming that is what AI is probably being used for, in a way of testing things that we weren't
brute
able to
force
just
algorithms.
Yeah, brute force algorithms. That's a really good way to put it. They're just able to produce, optimize, refine, and test these things in such a quick amount of time that AI is making it much, much faster than humanity could have come up with it. I think that's probably what it's more. Oh, I see. I have clicked the image that was linked in chat. It is now on stream. I do think it would have taken humans a long time to get to this point.
Like to understand how that skeletonization is like the
However,
ideal.
if you put a toddler in that design room and you just stab holes in it, eventually you get there pretty quick. I think. You know?
This is probably incredibly precise. I don't know that a toddler stabbing
Oh, for
holes
sure.
would have gotten.
It's like it's
that
the
was a
exact
meme, to
same-
be fair.
like AI is the reason I believe they do have humanity is because AI is nature. It is bound by nature, and the only difference between it and our intelligence is the speed at which it moves. because it's like it literally learned off of
Yeah.
our intelligence. You can teach an AI dolphin intelligence, and it'll be a fucking great ass dolphin way faster than a regular dolphin
Yeah.
was. It's always down to speed. If you give a tree 10 million years, I guarantee it could move in that exact shape as well. It'll learn the ideal shape, and like there's a reason we have so many things in the military that are inspired off of animals. You know, like how the B-2 stealth bomber was it inspired off of the what was it, the Peregrine Falcon? Like the fastest falcon in the world, like its shape, because like it's had a lot of time to evolve that shape and like the ideal shape. It's like, you know, nature's the first AI. Technically.
Yeah, in the same format of what we're discussing with generational AI, I agree. It's just nature has had billions of years to do it, and the AI does it in hours, weeks.
Yeah. and the thing is, the AI does it in like an hour, and it's made out of nature. Like it's just a full cycle. Like everything in an AI comes from Earth, you know?
I still think
like
that for applications like this
magic.
one, like what Glitch just linked us and told us, I am very on board for AI innovating in the fields of technology, innovating in just optimization, efficiency, things of that nature. Absolutely. We got another picture. Let's see.
And like, so if someone
There's
if
another
someone
example.
spent the time to make that, wait, what is this? Yeah, okay, so if someone spent the time to make this, would you say that was like human to do? Like if someone spent the time and like worked on that one structure that looks like a bunch of, you know, branches, is that like artistry? Is that engineering prowess? If they spent like 80 years to make that?
I believe that that's been done countless times in history, and
Yeah, well, like someone-
we've attributed it to some of the great inventors
Like Da
of time periods. Yeah,
Yeah, so like, why is it bad that AI does it right now?
I don't think it's bad that AI does it in this field.
yeah.
I think this
It's
field's
it's
fine.
depending on where it's being
See,
placed. Yeah.
I think this is why
Actually,
I raised the
I
question
think I
what
thought of
makes-
something.
This is why I raised the question of what makes art beautiful. And this is fuck, I hate it. I'm sorry I'm bringing it back to this. Right.
I was about to do it too.
Yeah, so that's what I was gonna say is what makes art beautiful.
So I don't think that I have a solid answer for that, but I was going to consolidate arguments from before down to what this is that we're looking at is the AI creating advancements in a field that would take us a shit ton of time to advance in. But when it comes to art, I don't really know that there is advancement in art. Art is just always art. It's done in a different style, and different time periods have different styles, but there is no advancement for art. There's just obsolescence.
You don't think like the different mediums or advancements, like moving from pen and paper to digital?
Oh, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I don't. If AI creates an entire new medium that art's going to exist in, then that's sick. That's a different thing too. I would consider that lumped under technology. It's just that when AI is doing what artists are currently doing, just doing it itself, then that is not innovating anything. It's just taking like things that people want to do from them.
But that doesn't apply to engineering, do you?
No. I think in engineering, it is actively... Well, the purpose of an engineer is to create a more efficient thing, right? Or to make something work. And if the AI does that, that's great. Art doesn't have such clear-cut, like, I'm going to create this painting that is going to make every other painting in the future more efficient.
So what do you think about thumbnails? Where like the whole idea about a thumbnail is getting attention, and that can be optimized. Like that can be engineered.
That's different. Yeah, I can see that. That's art not being used for the application of art. That is like an image being generated for the purposes of an algorithm.
So hear me out. I don't know. Like this is where we get into a dangerous territory because then we're starting to talk so much about efficiency. Like you could talk about efficiency as far as housing goes, right? But when you step into a subdivision and each house is the exact same fucking thing, like printed and molded the exact same way and just set right next to each other, it starts to create almost like a bland world and a bland society, even if it is efficient, you know? Now I think that's where it's like comes down. It's very tricky with engineering because you have things like architecture and things that are like design wise meant to be almost artistic in nature, with like, you know, different styles of things like goth, like aesthetics and things from like certain eras where people look at it as an art piece almost. Now, if you want to say like the structural integrity is designed in a way to be efficient, but then the outskirts or like outside is more designer and left up to human creativity and ingenuity, I'd be fine with that. I just don't want to live in a world where everything is so efficient that everything has become the same, and it is almost like like the world might as well just be gray.
Theoretically, if you're optimizing for human efficiency, that would mean that AI would learn both the engineering and the artistic prowess of it, because that's what architects do. And if AI can learn, art, why couldn't they learn architecture, which is the combination of art and engineering?
Yes. So this is where we get back to the argument of should it? Like, it's not about whether or not it can.
Jamie, I think you'll like that post in chat.
I think so, because like I think that's how we avoid this world you're talking about, the gray box world. Because I think if you let AI be art, like use human art in their engineering, that's how we get that not gray box world. That's how we get a beautiful world.
I don't know. For me, it comes down to a thing
HP per hour is it?
Really stupid aside. I'm sorry. Glitch said, I want to live in a world of optimization. So I responded, it's called Gillinor. That's just the world that RuneScape takes place in.
Well, okay.
So RuneScapers are AI.
Interesting comment.
Very true.
About half the free-to-play players are AI, yeah.
Okay, question. Why is it not okay to use bots in video games?
What do you mean, like aimbot?
Yeah, what if I loaded up an AI, right?
Right.
That learned to play my game for me and just smoke the shit out of you in a video game.
Right.
Like
so
we're
it's
both playing we're both kind of. So we're both playing Overwatch, Aravan, and you're way better at Overwatch than me. However, I now load up my program that absolutely smokes the shit out of you. And
right.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just sitting there going, fucking Aravan shit, dude. My AI is kicking his ass, bro. This guy fucking sucks, dude. Why is that not okay?
I guess
because I guarantee you'd be upset if you'd be up. Now that's interesting. But you said it's okay to optimize. We want to optimize everything, right?
Optimize within set rules, right? Set parameters.
Mm-hmm. Now, that comes back to the art side of things, right? Optimize within set parameters, right? The beauty of
like
art is that
has
it's human.
rules, though.
To a degree, but we're talking like ethical rules, right?
Ask literary majors, they'll tell you those rules.
Is what makes art beautiful. In my opinion, what makes art beautiful is the creation behind it from a human's emotions, right? Determining how the artist felt, what they put of themselves into a piece of art, right? Okay? When we're playing a video game, the fucking thing that astounds me when you play Overwatch is your raw fucking skill at that game. But if I just load up a bot and just smokes you, in this world that we've been talking about, that is fine. That's okay. I'm allowed to do that. I should be allowed to do that. And then we have nobody that actually plays video games anymore. Instead, we just have people that are just fucking just sitting back and watching AI play it.
Right. So I see your point on like, but I feel like that would be a further point towards engineering compared to artistry, because it's like if you have a robot like a Boston Dynamics type robot.
Engineering is art though.
Yeah. So like, why are you guys so okay with the engineering but not art?
Because the difference being that art has no functional purpose. Realistically, it has no functional purpose. We enjoy it because of how it was created.
You're saying
right?
You're kind of saying like AI should have no place in leisure.
I kind of think so.
Yeah, I think I like that phrasing. Even
that's kind of my argument, and that's the correct phrasing. I don't think that we should optimize leisure.
We should optimize out the things that are difficult and that we don't want to do. And we should optimize ourselves to dedicate more time to leisure and pleasure. And if AI is taking care of all of it, then we don't have anything to do. I think that's another point of it as well.
So should we look at people who get leisure out of making AIs and making things that make other things as the same way we see people who enjoy murder?
You know what? This is kind of funny because this brings up like hey, my kink is kink shaming.
Yeah, exactly. It's like if I like making AI, if my favorite thing is to make AI that makes really pretty art, should we look at those like people who enjoy murder? Where it's like, my favorite thing is to murder. It's like those people have found their leisure thing, but it's not okay. So should we look at it like the same thing?
Yeah,
Of
I
course,
think so.
extreme
In
example.
a similar way, maybe not to such an extreme degree.
Yeah, of course. That's,
I
it's
think so.
exaggeration, but yeah.
My leisure is methamphetamine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like at a certain point, like when does, where do you draw the line of like what's okay in stepping into leisure? Because I like, there's a lot of AI art I like. I do prefer the art that actually learns compared to just taking other people's shit.
I think selling AI art, that's where I draw the line. Profiting from AI leisure. Or if your form of AI leisure is in some way intruding upon another person's leisure. Like with the example of cheating in video games. If you deciding that you're bored of the video game, so you're going to let the AI play it for you, and that ruins the game for everybody else, then you have crossed a line.
Right.
If
And
you
AI
have
has
decided
like
you don't
the-
want to invest the time to be an artist, but you want to be known as an artist, so you make an AI that does it for you, you're crossing a line. I think if you want to be an artist, go be an artist. Don't tell it something to be an artist for you.
And your whole thing was before you said, not when we brought up not everyone can be a coder, and you're like, well, fucking learn it. Not everyone could be a reader before, but we all learned, right? And you're like, well, I want to be an artist, but I don't want to learn how to do art, so I'm gonna let the AI do it for me. I counter that by saying, stop being lazy shit and learn to do art.
Actually, I like what Glitch said in chat as well. If you are trying to pass an AI off as human, that's crossing a line. I agree with that one as well. I think that it should be very clearly indicated if something is AI generated, assisted, or created. For example,
That's probably
bots
a
in a video
feature we
game
look at.
having some sort of little marker that says, hey, this is an AI. You can choose not to play in AI lobbies if you want. Something along those lines.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And there probably will be at some point in time, like, forced labels onto things like that, especially used by like marketers or like big name companies that will have to be made aware of like whether or not you're using something like that. That way it all comes back down to it's a choice. If you want to use that stuff that is AI generated or whatever, that's up to you. But it's your choice again, right? You
I
want to
think
know what you're supporting.
assistance in finding art could be a good application.
Yeah, I'm on board with that.
AI art.
I would love that.
For AI. Like, I'm a huge movie. I love movies, right? But it is unrealistic for me to know every single movie that exists out there, right? There could be some really great pieces of art that I could never even find because of how esoteric they are. If we had an AI that created algorithms that let me find pieces of art that I want to watch, but I don't know exist, that'd be cool. But would I want to watch a movie made by an AI? No.
I have an interesting thing. I wanted to say this earlier, and I completely I blanked on it while I think it was the end of one of the end of my statements when we started talking about time. But I have a theory that, and you could tell me if you think this is stupid. I think that right now AI is damn. AI is very novelty. It's very new. It's very exciting. Just the fact that there's a live streamer that's just an AI, that's cool. I want to see how good it is. That's the reaction to it. Most people want to go watch it break or see how its mistakes and things like that. So my theory is that soon AI art is going to be a problem because AI art's going to create I heard myself again. AI art's going to create so much of a market that real artists are going to struggle, but I think there will be a blowback at a certain point where the novelty wears off and then real human art will go up in value because there's so much shit AI artwork everywhere that you'll want to pay, or that some people will want to pay more for a human's touch.
Yes, for sure.
I think that what you're describing right now is the artisan field.
Yeah.
Which is, people want a custom wooden spoon made by someone. They want that nice lacquered table made from a tree that you could really tell was made with like passion and human creation. And it's like, I guess AI art in that universe would become like Walmart art. It's the cheap stuff. And then if you want something human, that's when you're spending the real money. And I don't think there's a problem with that, honestly. I think that's fine. I think that like really cheap art being AI generated is whatever, and then like the real shit coming out of premium seems like That seems like what literally everything's done for the last 10,000 years.
Valid.
Okay, Han, I just want to. I've got a little thing I'm trying to do. Watch me forever. Okay.
Oh, are you trying to pull up one of the AIs?
No, I want to try and back up what you're saying.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I don't really have any
Cool.
evidence to what I was claiming. I was just kind of, that's my spitball.
And I kind of want to get some more examples of this. I wish I'd thought about looking up this specific question, but unfortunately, this is one that I've only thought of during the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Watch Me Forever, right? We all, that's the Seinfeld one, right?
Yeah. Is it live right now? I'll pull it up for a sample.
It was averaging, yeah, it's always live. 4 weeks ago, it was averaging, actually 3 months ago, it was averaging nearly 3,000 viewers.
Yep.
In the last 7 days, it's only been averaging 756.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not actually good content.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not.
That's what I was saying about Neurosama. Yeah, same thing.
It's the same thing. And let me look up that. So it's had a nearly, in the past 90 days, it's had nearly a 75% drop off of viewer attention, right? Because people are getting bored with the idea of it. It's like, oh, dude, that's so funny. Oh my God, let's see what we can get it to say. Ha ha ha. And then they're like, oh, yeah, this is boring. I'm going to go back to watching my favorite creator. That was actually, yeah, that was cool for a minute, but is it Neurosummer? Is that the one?
Yeah.
How do I spell that?
I believe it's here. I'll pull it up. Actually, I've got the Twitch tracker and just pulled up for it right now. It is. Did it get banned or something?
It did get banned for a while.
Okay.
They started getting to say homophobic rhetoric.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah,
that's
this
the
one
other
is-
thing. Us content creators don't have to worry about the AIs because someone's just going to trick it into being a Nazi and it'll get banned.
Oh.
So
There's
it's so
like
fascinating
literally shows
how-
nothing on Twitch tracker at all.
like
for it anymore.
like AI really is just like it learns just like us. Like it's, you know, when a child first hears its first curse word, like of course they're gonna repeat it. It's like they learn something bad, of course they're going to repeat it. It's like AI is exactly the same as like intelligence. I feel like is such a perfect term being put in artificial, because like it's, you can't say human intelligence, you can't say dolphin intelligence. It's just intelligence, period. And I think that it having artificial intelligence and it speaking English confuses us and makes us think like, oh, you know, intelligence is very human, but like there's all different types of intelligence, and it having its own is so accurate. I think it's so interesting that we're in like the kid stage right now. I'm curious what happens when the adult stage happens.
So it looks like it's a little harder to find. I was looking at
No,
it.
I
It looks
found it.
like
It's Vidal 987.
Yeah,
is the
that's
actual
what
name.
it's well, that's like the person who made Neurosama, right? Like the dev. So it's not
Yeah,
actually.
but that's what they actually stream under.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm watching one of their
I-
VODs on stream
I
right
had
now.
assumed that they had a separate channel for it, but I guess not.
So this is an AI VTuber that we were talking about earlier. I didn't know the name of it. Chunk brought it up, but yeah, now I'll show it as a sample. This isn't live. This is one of their VODs, and I'm just bringing it up as a sample. But yeah, it just kind of sits there and reads chat messages and responds to it with a voice, with subtitles on screen and everything like that. So
Yeah. So the interesting thing was that at one point, like it was the Neurosama was like, the next person that subs, I'll give a cookie or whatever like that. Like if somebody can give it, somebody gifted a sub, and it responded was like, here's a cookie or whatever. Like it just basically like had a call out for an actionable thing and then delivered on it. And I think that causes, I don't know, it's a weird line, and it's uncomfortable because I already see how marketers and like brands are looking at it and being like, this is really good.
Bro, this is the exact same shit as what was that, Replica? It's just Replica.
Yeah,
People are
basically.
looking at it and falling in love with it. I guarantee it.
Oh, yeah.
These
Oh, for sure. I mean,
motherfuckers-
that's already a VTuber. Like,
I was gonna
issue
say
in
the
general,
VTuber
but-
community has a severe issue with
Parasocial
not only having parasocial relationship, but enforcing them. And
Yeah.
I'm just gonna do that as a generalized call out. VTubers do enforce parasocial relationships. It's kind of not all of them.
Yeah.
I definitely want to point that out. Not all of them, but there are a huge chunk that enforce parasocial relationships because they believe there's a difference between them and their character, but the viewer doesn't see that. The viewer encroaches boundaries. They're not having that issue with an AI, so they're like can essentially treat it like AI girlfriend or whatever that's streaming and is physically there. What's up?
What the hell?
I was listening to you.
Oh, wait.
Nezumi said that's a streamer thing in general. That is
no,
I agree.
True,
No, I think
not to the same extent.
Not the enforcing.
I disagree. I think there are plenty of streamers out there that do enforce it.
But as a generalization, and of course it is a generalization. It's not everyone in the category lumped in, but like significantly more VTubers not only allow but will like perpetuate these relationships as opposed to a normal streamer, air quotes.
I agree. I agree. It's the extra layer, like having that separation between like the real you and like your audience is like.
And you can't get in trouble for doing that to. You can't get in trouble for doing that to an AI.
Yeah.
You know.
But I do agree with like, especially like it's a less of a concern now. But there was like a time period when there was a lot of streamers like Jay Schlatt and people like calling out parasocial relationships that were happening with just normal streamers. It was just a thing. People were attaching themselves, and sometimes like a lot of people felt, even though a lot of times it is like social pressure and you feel obligated to like lean into that a little bit, it's still unhealthy to perpetuate that kind of relationship when you don't know the person.
Yeah.
And it was a big thing like a few years ago, but it's since been more like addressed commonly.
It can be really distilled down as a derivative of prostitution, like at the end of the day.
I'm a whore.
This is the beginning of fuckbots.
Oh, those will happen no matter what.
I'm just telling you, whenever, especially if like haptic feedback suits, which is like a VR thing where they like all the sensory stuff like starts to connect to your body. Oh, dude, yeah, there's gonna be a bunch of wetsuits.
I mean, you know what's so funny? Can I just say something? People have been like, obviously, there's two really big technological things that have happened recently, and it's very funny that people are fighting against them, and then everyone's going, "Oh, but I love Ready Player One." Right, which is NFTs and AI, which are both hugely a part of. People don't realize it, but NFTs are a massive part of the Ready Player One universe, which is the fact that you can buy something in the real world and own it online. Right? That's what a non-fungible token is, and it's very funny that like these are the two very big aspects of like a Ready Player One universe. And as soon as they brought in, everyone's like, hold up, what the fuck? This is awful. But like, that's kind of where we're headed, right?
Yeah. Like, it's like new is scary type thing. And like, you know, the NFT market is a bunch of snake oil bullshit right now. And that's just how every market starts off. People try to find the cracks. And it's like, I really love the idea of being the only one who owns something in a video game. I think that's so fucking cool.
Yeah, bro. I love it.
That's just the gamer brain inside me. Like I'm a huge fan of that. I think the old Bored 8 clip that
stuff's shit. That's predatory.
Shit, I don't want any of that. But I really like the idea of me owning the only Lamborghini Huayra in fucking.
I have a very unique situation. I'm not going to use names, but a company who's made a video game based around NFTs, not entirely based around NFTs, but NFTs are involved. Like you own a sword, and that sword is unique to you, has approached me and asked if I'd like to work with them. And I don't know how the fuck to answer it. Because there's one side of me that really loves the whole Web3 side of shit with like online ownership, right? But I know that as a society, then the word NFT has been killed and squished. And so like, while I as a person would love to look into this and work with a company, I have to do so much work as to work out as to whether this was actually a good company or not.
You know,
whether the people that I promote this to, how they're gonna feel about that. Like I would love to promote it, but like I'm leaning towards no, purely because of the dirtiness of the word NFT right now. And it sucks because
it needs a
rebrand. It does, dude, hugely. I think the problem is NFT is such a is one of those words that we can't humanize. Non-fungible token, right?
Yeah.
We have receipts. Now, receipts are very human. And an NFT is essentially a digital receipt. Not
Yeah.
quite. It's a little bit different.
Oversimplification, but yeah.
in-
You know.
It's about, yeah.
In essence, it's essentially what it is. It's a token that verifies your ownership. But we call it a non-fungible token. And everyone's like,
Yeah.
oh, what the fuck is that? That's weird.
Yeah,
It doesn't sound human.
It sounds like a buzzword, right? You say non-fungible
Yeah.
token or like blockchain, and people are just like, and like, no,
yeah,
what
they
it is,
immediately
yeah.
get lost.
But it's like, so have you noticed that like both of these things that are like on like having a lot of pushback and stuff all come back because of like their usage with art, and a lot of like NFTs or like people like a lot of artists had a lot of pushback because they didn't want people like basically stealing their art, selling it as an NFT, and like it was like a big like copyright problem basically. And so it's like we're seeing the same thing with like AI and stuff. Like, where do those rights end?
That's the thing. Is like from everything I've looked at, these guys make their own art.
Yeah.
Which means they have the right to sell it. It's unique ownership. So like, let's say a new sword is available, but only a certain amount are available, right? And then I play the video game and I go on to do great things with my sword called Pussy Slayer. And then I put Pussy Slayer up for auction and everyone's like, that's Puppy Eric's sword. It's called Pussy Slayer. Dude, I heard he killed like the demon lord of my asshole with that sword, and it's such a great feat.
What a wild journey.
Real quick.
Yeah, we love it.
So my issue with games of that nature is that, from my understanding, you're gonna have the only version of the item you have because your version is slightly different than everyone else's version. Like, I know an example that was given by Ubisoft, or maybe it was Square, one of the two, was that signing up for a certain game gives you a helmet, and that helmet has a barcode with a number on it, and your number will be different than every other number. And that's like, what's the difference in that? Like, why would I care about that?
The difference is that their version can be sold on the blockchain for real life money.
Yeah, it's sort of like when you go into
biggest...
Minecraft and you name your sword. It's like,
yeah,
if you go into a chest and you hover over it, it's like the God Slayer. It's like, oh, that's
except you're going a step further with a digital token attached to it that cannot be replicated.
Yeah, like you can't just name a bunch of God Slayers. It's and I think that is, I see immediately where you're going, Devi, where it's like where's the line drawn? You know, like where is that necessarily where I'm just getting ripped off? Where, you know, capitalistic companies.
Not even that. I was just gonna say, like, until we get to a point where we have, I assume it would have to be AI generated assets, because I don't think human developers could keep up with a player base that's all wanting their own unique shit that's actually unique. That's kind of where I was going with it. It's just I was kind of tying it back into, I feel like we need AI generation for a game like that, with NFTs to be functionable and desirable, to the extent of like, this thing actually visibly looks different or functions in such a way that I want that one instead of this one.
I guess it kind of bounces off what you said, where it's like that it's an efficiency thing. So that would be kind of cool. That'd be chill.
And then how does that cut in with art?
Yeah. Right.
But imagine, right? Imagine having an AI. Now, this is where the two could breach. Imagine having AI that could design swords, each being very unique, and then attach tokens to them and place those in a game.
I'm not super opposed.
Is that
like you have a literal think about it. You have a blacksmith, right, in a town, and that blacksmith has slightly altered settings in a blacksmith in another town. So I go to this blacksmith and I say I want a sword like this, and it creates a sword like this, and it has its own fucking token attached to it, completely unique. Then I go over to another blacksmith. I say to that blacksmith, I want a sword, and give it the exact same parameters, and it creates something different. Like, this is where the two could blend.
Well, you can
and
see every hammer strike type thing.
Yeah. But like,
that's, I'm on board for this AI being used in gaming for these types of things. Yeah,
that's the this is why I say I'm not completely against AI. I'm just against AI that creates for creatives. I don't like that, but using it as a process in a video game that like, you know, the hardest part about, like, let's say we took the AI out of that, someone would then have to make a piece of art every single time someone went to that blacksmith, which is ridiculously hard. That could not be done. Not not with money, not with all the money in the world, not with all the time in the world. That would take so much work. Having an AI do that specific thing would be cool as fuck, right? That would actually be a really sick way of bringing it in. However, do I want it to just fucking... Do I want an AI that makes another Eminem song? No, I don't want that.
So I'm very glad we brought it into gaming, because as much as I was excited to have a non-gaming topic, I did a lot of gaming research for this.
Same.
True
But-
Daniel fashion.
I wanted to say, I think the earliest and most obvious applications for AI in game design, first of all, is voice acting, which sucks for voice actors, but I think that's going to be a big thing. Is AI voice acting is going to be huge. AI voicing NPCs is going to be like a big thing. But the thing I am most excited for, and I really, really, really want this to be good, is we got Skyrim 12 years ago. Skyrim is a 12-year-old game. Everyone who has gotten into Skyrim either didn't like it that much, played it once, or they've played it so much that they have run out of shit to do and now rely on a modding community to keep playing it. Give it 5 years, you're going to be able to buy Skyrim 2, and that will have infinite AI generated like side quests. It will like take old caves and repurpose them, like, oh, bandits raided this cave and now it's different, and now you have a different side quest, and it can just keep going forever and use all of the context of every adventure you've been on and generate the perfect story for you.
Do you know what's fucking crazy?
What?
Have you guys seen Unreal 5.1?
I haven't.
This is slightly tied.
Yes.
You have?
I have not.
Did you see the size? Okay. Aravan, this is to you. Don't say it right away. Just say yes or no. Did you see the size of the rendered maps that they can now make? Full rendered with no LODs.
Also interpolative, which means they can be connected to other people's infinite worlds.
88 million kilometers all rendered at once.
A planet. Like, it's literally...
To put that into perspective, Canada is 10 million.
Yeah. And that's right the fuck now.
That's
Like,
now.
as you said, Debbie, 5 years, it's gonna be Skyrim 2.
Skyrim 2 or a completely new one which makes every person's game. Every person who loads the game has a completely unique world. Like, it generates a world when you first load up the game, and your world is different to your friend's world.
Yeah, it's like a No Man's Sky did that years ago, and that was like the beginnings of AI generation, and that was just like random planets, super simplistic things. So like if they did it then, imagine what's capable now with Unreal 5.1 and like in the future.
Sneak Kings mentioned, so basically Minecraft. There's a slight difference. Slight difference. Minecraft is given a list of rules and requirements, and it's procedurally generated, so it just kind of makes stuff based on a predetermined thing. AI will be able to create unique things at a point, and that's where it will differ from Minecraft,
Also,
where Minecraft has set rules of how it generates its caves and things like that.
Also, quickly to note, Minecraft loads in what's called chunks, right? Big chunks.
That's me!
I set it up for these. All right. So you can hop to the top of a mountain and you can see, right, for a long way. But eventually that vision stops because the chunks can't load that far. We're talking 88 million kilometers of pre-rendered vision.
Yeah, and it's all intelligent, like, because so there's something in game development called Perlin noise, which essentially is a randomized sequence of dots of varying shades going from white to black. In that Perlin noise gradient is where things in Minecraft are generated, and that's generated that's basically like coding with ones and zeros. It's just so simple, and
It's prehistoric.
yeah, and
in
this
terms of
stuff
coding.
would be generated with essentially what is game dev. Like every single thing is going to be designed by a game dev compared to something that is just set parameters on Perlin noise.
Yep. So, and this is where AI has made a very positive impact on game creation. It's not taking the jobs away from developers, but what it has done is make the development steps so much better. That something that would have taken 50 years is now done in 10 seconds. And that is awesome because it's not taking away from jobs. It's just making the jobs even cooler, making the things that those people who work in those jobs could do amazing. And this brings us back to this. I think this is what you were talking about, Aravan, where rather than replacement, it's assistance.
It's
Right?
like it's a tool. Like AI, at the end of the day, it is just another worker, just like you or I. If I were to add, if you were to add 1,000 me's onto the team, you know, the ratio of how many people in AI is, that's up for debate for a million years. But like if you were to add a bunch of me's to a team or an AI, it's like the exact same thing in my head, where it's just another tool that we're using. It's like a piston.
Yeah, it's like how many Aravans does it take to pre-render 88 million kilometers?
Many.
I'm gonna say a little bit more than 88 million airvents.
But yeah, that's the kind of sci-fi I think is cool. But when like my huge stance on it is, and this is why I brought up the creative side of things straight away, and especially, you know, you were talking about AI voices, right? We're already seeing that. Did you see that Matt Mercer was having his voice stolen?
I didn't see
It
that.
was fucked up.
I did see that a user has already created an add-on that you can download for free in World of Warcraft that voices every NPC.
So the problem that we're facing right now, and this is why I like talking about what does somebody own about themselves, is it okay for someone to upload Matt Mercer's voice? Matt Mercer uses what he does. Well, it's funny you're shaking your head, but we were talking about this before and we couldn't come up with a definitive answer.
No, I agreed with you. I said that you own your own face and your own voice.
Yeah,
I
was
also
in that
think
camp.
that
I
ethically
agree.
and morally you should own.
How do you feel about that, Aravan? Someone who does this for a living is against their will having their voice taken from them and then used to replace them by a machine without their permission.
I don't know. It's kind of weird because like I don't care, you know. So again, it's like a consent thing, I suppose. And if the laws were different, we'd also probably feel different. Like because it is something you can own, because your voice is something you can own legally. We think about it as something you own legally. So like I think if it was, you know, not to like scare anyone, but more communistic, where it's like everyone, you know, everyone's everything belongs to the people, everyone. No, not the government, but like just anyone's everything can belong to everyone. So in that world, I may think differently, but right now I'm just kind of like, I don't care if people take my voice and do whatever with it. Like it's like
I don't want to
really
get too deep into politics, but I think I disagree on the because it's legally this way, we feel this way, because I think approximately 51% of the population of Florida doesn't own all of their body right now. And that would be the entire female population of Florida.
Right, yeah. The like just because, again, as I said earlier, just because something's legal doesn't mean it's cool.
That's what I'm saying. And because like they disagree with that. But the law says differently there now, and that doesn't change the way that they feel about it. I still think, and they still think that they own right to their own body and their own.
We inherently have to talk about legality because we're using the word own. You know that like
ownership is that's fair.
Exactly.
It's like, so you could talk about like a different world where it's like legal or not, but it's like at the end of the day, even if it wasn't legal and this was still his job, it would still be fucked up because you are displacing this man's ability to do what he loves, especially when it's his own thing, like his own voice, right? He should be in control of what he can do. Even if there was no legalities to back that up, just from a moral standpoint of this man who is doing like a lot of work in this field, I don't care if you create AI generated voice to compete with him, but it cannot be his own voice to replace him in other things.
Yeah, like the same speech patterns, same tones, same everything. Yeah. That's theft.
So here's a solution. This is where I think that we need to come up with solutions rather than just say this is okay, this isn't.
Yeah.
What if we created an AI voice workshop where people could go to a website, people upload their voices that they've deep AI learned and go, hey, you can use my voice for this amount of money.
I agree. Yeah, for sure. I've said about this about a lot of stuff, just in general. Like there should be like resources with like these access to like art, pictures, songs, things like that was like more specific to give
I
rights
also
to
fully
like, use
believe that you'll never get. I don't think this will ever happen. I don't
You
think,
don't think
a machine will. Oh, no, not that. I think that will happen. In fact, I think that'll happen like in a year or two. But what I don't think will happen is I don't think you'll ever get as good of a performance out of a machine as a human.
So
Not with voice. Not with voice.
quickly,
So what you're doing right now? Oh, okay, Debbie.
I know of a website that does the opposite of what you suggested. I know of a website where you can pay like $60 and speak some certain phrases, and then the AI has your voice. And you can AI generate your own voice saying whatever the fuck you want if you pay them to do that
Dude,
process.
That's so funny that they found a way to make you pay to make a machine say something that you could have just said.
Also, when it comes to last thing, this will be brief, I'm sorry, but when it comes to a machine never being able to compete, I thought the same thing, especially because a machine won't know the tone you're going for. It doesn't know the speech patterns that would be best for like in relation to the context surrounding it.
Yeah.
But that same website also allows you to select the AI voice you want, and then you type out the like what you want it to say, and then you record yourself saying it with the tone and everything that you want, and then the AI uses that data and makes it exactly like that.
No, I hear what you're saying, but there are certain things that it can't do, such as there are things that voice actors do with their body that changes the way they do, like they act certain scenes. There are emotions that they can trigger that I don't think, and they can switch on a dime. They can flip from horrific sadness and grief to despise and anger, right? I don't think an AI can do that without it sounding artificial. I don't think it could ever properly do that.
So I want to say, and this kind of brings up an interesting video that I saw where it was like basically they set up a line of 20 people that had 20 completely different career paths, and they basically went to Chat GPT and were like, okay, try to make it do something you would know how to do and give it like a rating, basically to say how well could it do your job right now. And so there was what we found for the most part in like all those things, unless it was something like a circus performer, where obviously, you know, an AI can't do that yet. But for the most part, it could, at a base level, do almost any job. But it did not have the nuance or like the structure or the training to make what like a lot of people specialized in and made them good at their jobs. Right? And I'm sure that's like just a right now kind of scenario, but I do think it's like interesting to see. Where it's like, I mean, granted, to be fair, I think a lot of those people also were kind of up their own ass and be like, it can't do my job as good as me. But I was like, I don't know, it got pretty close. But fair enough.
Pretty close for way
Evolution
cheaper.
Has hardwired the uncanny valley in us, right? That's basically what we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
And I think that there are a lot of ways to circumnavigate that. It'll always be difficult when you're looking at the digital medium, just because there's an extra layer there that makes everything so much harder to look at. Like if you ever like looking at your like 240 hertz monitor and then like you look off to the side, it's like it looks different, like no matter what. So if you're listening to something through speakers, you know, and you're always going to be comparing it to listen to other people through speakers or listening to other people through real life. So it's kind of like where the goalposts are, because you know a decade ago they were saying like, oh, how are you going to train AI to learn voice recognition? What are you going to read the dictionary twice or something like that? It's just like they had like really interesting ideas of how they would train AI to learn voices, but now you can say like 2 sentences and it can find out all, because like at the end of the day, you know, pictures are just pixels, voices are just like a
Vibrations.
sound wave. Yeah, vibrations. Is like you can really distill shit down like more and more and more and more, and we're like every year CG's getting better, like every year's like auto-tune's getting better. So I think if those things continue to move at the pace they are now, I think we'll have that AI no problem. But what I was gonna say earlier, before Debbie went on that like sick rant, was that I find it interesting that with how often you talk about it, Jamie, like your solution for an AI problem was capitalism. Like your solution to Matt Mercer's issue was to capitalize on it.
Yeah,
And-
well, no, actually, it's I mean, yeah, I mean, we live in a capitalistic society, so any solution I come up with,
Yeah.
of course, is going to be capitalism,
Base around it.
right?
Right.
It has to be. It's not like I wanted to be that, but that's the world we live in, so my solutions have to be based around that. But here's the thing, right? Let's say you have genuinely great voice actors. Like, let's face it, like amazing goated voice actors are not going to be appearing in that shop, right? This is the difference between buying a table from Kmart and buying an artisan's table from a specific crafter. Like those guys who are exceptional at their job probably won't list themselves on there, which means they'll always be just them. The fact is that they got to choose as to whether they were going to be up there. I think that's the importance. I think consent. I think a person owns their voice. I think they own their face. I think they own their
inherently,
body.
consent is capitalistic.
No.
It's keeping the individual. Like capitalism is all about like the individual.
No, otherwise people wouldn't be stealing voices and faces to sell them.
Well, okay, so that's what's happening right now.
If consent was capitalism, which it's not, then it wouldn't make money to steal Matt Mercer's voice and put it in your video game.
So okay, I see what you're saying, but like wanting to like profiting off your own consent is like capitalistic.
That is, yeah. That side of things is.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. Not like in general capitalism, like consent in general, but like what we were talking about earlier about like CB's art. Like if they were to allow an AI to take their art, you said the solution would be like they have to sign off on it. They have to like say it's okay or sell them the rights and everything like that. So it's like if when it comes to AI, personal consent is capitalistic, then I feel like no matter what direction we go, like as much as we hate it, capitalism's the correct answer for AI to not like, you know, do the whole take over the world shit.
I would just say regulation. What Glitch said is very nice. You can sell your voice, but when you sell someone else's voice, yeah. I think that's
and that's where I think I think a person owns their face, they own their brain, they own their voice, they own their internal organs. I think a person's self is inherently theirs to choose to give up or to keep. And if you just take someone else's voice because it's already been uploaded to the internet and then sell that as a pre-package for other things, that's theft. Right?
Yeah, that's a human issue for sure. People stealing shit.
If you left your car in your driveway, right, and then someone stole it, and their defense in court was, oh, well, it was on the driveway, so it was there. I could take it. Like it wasn't locked away.
I agree with you. I was just I was confused how it was an AI issue and not just.
No. The problem is that the AI is used as the tool for that. Again, you know, I'm not.
It's just about
AI.
regulating the tool usage to make sure that people aren't doing it in a ethically unsafe way.
Pushing laws forward. I don't even think we need to push laws forwards in this matter because I think the laws already kind of work alongside it. I think the laws agree with the ethical problem that we have, which is a human owns their voice. Yeah. And that to steal someone's voice is a copyright issue.
Yeah. And like it's sort of weird because it's like if we think of AI like a human, as you said, the laws already exist. Like everything that's in place that should be in place is in place. And it's like if you were to recreate someone's voices with MIDI, you know, if you were to go in, spend the however long it would take, 2,000 years to perfectly recreate Devi's voice in MIDI. And then sell those files so you can, you know, you can talk with a piano type thing. It'd be the exact same thing. So should the AI be accountable, or should the person who made the AI be
the person who made the AI?
I'm gonna reach on a topic here, and I'm gonna give a huge trigger warning, on terms of sexual assault. Okay, so I want a big trigger warning, but I think this is a very important thing to ask. Again, huge trigger warning on sexual assault, right? Anyone who doesn't want to hear this stuff, please, I'm giving you really big warning because I respect anyone who has these problems in life. So for now, if the person who is using the tool to create, okay, so if you're putting a sexual act against consent, it's rape, correct?
Mhm.
Does that mean a person who forces someone's face onto porn that they do not consent to being on, is that rape?
I think so.
Interesting.
And then should it be judged in court as such? Because this is not an if issue. This is a now issue that we are having specifically now. And I think it's very important to discuss this because this literally happened. Anyone who's aware of the Atriox situation,
Yeah.
and I don't want to drag Atriox's name through the mud. I think he's done really, really good job at helping the people who are victims of this get
For sure.
themselves out of these situations. So good on you, Atriox, for making good steps to rectify what has been an issue. But can we not name drop?
It's
I
pretty
mean,
publicly known at
It's
this
pretty
point.
public, dude.
Yeah,
It's pretty
this is a
public.
very, very
This has
popular
been
stream,
like
right? This is
a
something that's
huge hot
circled around
topic.
already.
Oh, you mean?
Oh,
the
yeah, yeah, we
deepfake?
won't drop the people
I
who are
won't
deepfaked,
not
yeah.
mentioning names
No,
of that.
no.
Fuck that. Fuck that. I won't mention websites. I won't mention people involved. The only thing
Yeah.
is, I said Atriox, but that's all.
Although
over
I
the
will
place
say,
because of who it
apparently
was.
the website is shut down shortly
Yeah.
afterwards.
Well, no, one of them is. The problem is, there's still plenty.
Oh,
But
well, yeah. But
this is the thing:
specific one.
is the people that own these websites and that are creating this particular piece of content, do they deserve to be trialed in a court of law for sexual assault? And if not just that, legitimate rape.
I don't think it's so weird because like that doesn't feel like AI, if that makes sense. That kind of feels like AI in the way like
We have to
a Chinese
regulate how this
sweatshop.
tool is being used. I understand that you really, really like AI. We can't punish the AI. We're not talking about that. We're talking about what can we do to prevent the tool from being used for nefarious purposes.
Well, what can we do to prevent Chinese sweatshops from existing, you know?
Uh,
It's like other than the laws already in place. It's sort of one of those things where like if you put enough energy into something, then like bad people are going to do bad things.
so
so
your
I
argument
think-
is we should not make any regulations about it and let people do illegal things with it.
My argument is the regulation's already in place and people are doing stupid shit.
I don't think
Because
there
it's
is
like-
regulation in place right now
No,
for AI.
Yeah.
I don't believe so. Otherwise, these people would have been getting prosecuted.
I think
These,
that
these,
people
these
who
aren't guys in China. These guys are in America.
Yeah.
But
I'm
it's-
pretty sure,
if humans
like,
did it, it'd be the exact same issue.
non-consensual porn is illegal as well here, and I feel like
Yeah.
if an actor or the depiction of an actor or actress did not consent to be in that porn, that's illegal porn, and they should be sent to jail for that, or at least whatever the appropriate punishment is for that.
No, for sure. I agree.
And so okay, so if the people who made it, let's say there's like a group of like 20 people made the, you know, they photoshopped the face over each frame or whatever.
Yeah.
Do those people, are they equally in charge of that same, you know, rape or whatever you want to call
Okay,
it? Issue?
let me give an
I would say
an
yes,
example.
Sarah.
The
I
people
would
who
agree,
make
yeah.
NyQuil are not being charged with methamphetamine charges, despite NyQuil being an active, having ingredients involved in it and it being over the counter, despite NyQuil being used in the creation of methamphetamine, right? However, we are charging and persecuting the creators and dealers of methamphetamine. So, in that sense, do we hold that same level of accountability to people who make this stuff? It's not, yeah, I agree that it's not inherently AI's issue. The problem is AI makes it something that anybody can do,
Yeah, it's
right?
but like
The barrier
that
for
note-
entry to creating this level of sexual assault has been lowered drastically at the ease of AI functions.
Right, and like just saying you can't do that seems like such an easy fix.
That's not saying, there's a difference between saying you can't do that and actually hunting and persecuting people that
Yo,
do
no,
do it.
that's what I mean. Like legally, you cannot do that. Like, cause like obviously the easiest solution to all this is making it so deepfake and deepfake technology is illegal,
Mhm.
because there are, let's be honest, pretty few scenarios where it's a good thing to use deepfake.
Yeah, for
Okay.
sure.
I mean, it's in the name, it's fake. It's like no one wants things that are fake. So it's like inherently the easiest way to get rid of this whole thing is to just get rid of it entirely. However, it's sort of like just because something's bad doesn't mean people won't see the good in it, or use it for good. So, I guess strict regulations on deepfaking would be smart.
Yeah.
But it's weird because like every tool needs to be reined back, right? Like you can walk around with a hammer, no problem in Center City, or I guess wherever city you're at. You can walk around with a hammer, that's relatively fine. But you can't walk around with a kitchen knife. But way more people own kitchen knives than they do hammer. So it's like every tool needs its own regulation, but I feel like AI just as a general regulation wouldn't make sense, or a general regulation on AI wouldn't make sense, but a regulation on deepfake absolutely would.
Yeah, but I think
If
that's
that
what we're
makes sense.
getting at, right? We're getting specifically to the policy that involves this scenario and being able to then actionably persecute. Because the issue right now is that none of that exists, right? So we want to create a world where people who were exposed, unfortunately, have the ability to go persecute, shut down that website, legally take action, get compensated in some way monetarily, and also send that bastard to jail or whatever the appropriate punishment may be. I'm not the one to decide that, because if I had my way, be fucking thrown out of a plane at like 5,000 feet in the air or some other shit like that, because it's just disgusting, and there's no reason for it. And it's like, and it goes back to what you were saying about deepfake. It's like there's not any good way to use a deepfake that makes it okay, because we go into copyright issues because when people own their image, their face, their voice, all that stuff. You go into the thing of like deepfake porns. You go into the thing of like just on, even if it's like memes to an extent, right? Like we're already seeing like all the presidents and things and like where their voice and the images are being used. And while kind of entertaining in this early stage, eventually can cause a lot of like problems and like rapid disinformation if things aren't like monitored well enough, right? Especially if it gets better over time.
It's as if like AI that discovers the best route for you to go to work is like a screwdriver. And then like the AI for generating Skyrim 2 is like a car. Like everything is its own tool, and this deepfake topic specifically is like a chainsaw. Like it's like you really need to rein it in and really regulate how it's used, otherwise it's going to be out of hand. And it's sort of weird because it almost feels like there needs to be a new lawyer, like AI lawyers, you know, like people that specialize in all of these different tools. You know,
problem is those lawyers can't exist until precedents are set in court.
Yeah, I wonder how long that's gonna take. Or what country's gonna attack us first.
That's literally the first topic we had, which was that AI is outgrowing the rate in which we get laws through court. Yep. And that's not necessarily even a fault of the laws in court, because ethical dilemmas are a huge discussion point. It takes years to philosophically debate whether something is ethical or morally acceptable, right? You can't just be like, I don't feel like I like this very much, so I'm gonna make sure it's naughty. You can't just say that. You've got to look at every single angle and every single application. Like here's one that we're thinking of. If we ban all deepfake technology, that actually hinders the movie business.
Yeah.
Because there would be a legitimate purpose in deepfake technology. Yeah. So you can't blanket ban it, but maybe you should have to have a strict license that allows you to hold it. And that license is tied to you. And anytime anything gets uploaded, it has to be tied to a license. If it's not, it needs to be IP tracked and taken down, and then that person persecuted.
It's like insane how every app.
I wish it was as simple as saying deep faking should be perfectly fine as long as you have in some form written or contractual permission of the person you're deep faking. Like whoever's face you're putting on someone else's face, as long as they said, "Yep, cool, sign it, there you go, use it."
But you like the problem is people would just ignore that. That's the issue.
Yeah.
With that. But like having the deepfake technology only available to people who are licensed to use it, that would probably be a huge benefit, right?
Interesting. So like
then it would limit the amount of people who can use it, which means when this shit does get uploaded, it's far easier to track and persecute.
So it should be like a regulated substance essentially.
Yeah.
Where it's like like you can buy meth if you're like a hospital and you need meth for whatever
Mhm.
reason.
And that way, if meth leaves that hospital unaccounted for, you know who to blame.
Illegal underground deepfake dealing. That's like a scary future. But like
Screamer, baby.
on the topic of like what countries I feel like are going to jump on this first, I have a feeling that
That's not a police state. Sorry. That's not a police state, bro. What?
police state.
That's
What?
like saying, oh, well, I can't operate medically on my friend Steve without a doctor's license. Fuck this police state.
That was someone in chat saying police state.
Sorry.
For Spotify listeners.
Yeah, I think
that's not police state. That's something entirely different.
I think that like regulating something that is that dangerous is fine and needs to happen more in a country like America, where we seem to be more so leaning towards the act of making everything more dangerous. I don't know why.
Well, so what happens if we do? Let's hypothetically we create a law that sure we regulate deepfake softwares, and in the United States, only people who hold these contracts are allowed to use them, and blah blah blah. So then someone in another country gets your picture or takes some footage of you off of Twitch and deepfakes you into something else. Well, that's not a law in their country. You're still fucked. Like.
Hang on.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why the
Also-
best solution is to just get rid
I
of
real-
deepfaking, but it's like
A state, sorry, this is a question from in chat. A state in which the government exercises rigid, repressive controls over the social, economic, political life of the people, especially by means of a secret police force. But we're not. That's not what we're saying.
I like the blasting. I'm high, to be fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That.
Yeah, I
no,
was
they-
surprised you got so latched on to.
Yeah, because it's not a police state. Things
Yeah,
are
no.
allowed to be illegal.
Things are allowed to be illegal, and
Strictly
it,
I mean,
it
you're
comes down
talking-
to the
now you're talking
intensity of how they're
anarchist.
like enforcing it, right?
Now you're
Mhm.
talking anarchy versus capitalism. Anarchy is the belief that everything is allowed to be done and that the populace will determine its moralistic and ethical purposes, right?
well, capitalism is just
Where there
anarchy
is-
with money.
no,
Like,
no,
it's just
super
anarchy for the
controlled.
things you need. Like
It's-
it's anarchy, you can do anything.
Capitalism is
with money.
anarchy controlled by the rich. That's the rich
Hmm.
Well,
determine the
that's-
rules.
Yeah.
That's what I just said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So basically it's the same thing, but like
So,
different
but
verbiage.
like true anarchy is that nobody owns anything. Everything can be whatever. The people will judge, and anarchy, I believe, kind of exists in the same place that communism does, where it can't truly exist because someone will always rise to the top and create an order whether we like it or not. I mean, we had anarchy, right? Anarchy was the caveman days. What did we do with it? We created rules and structure. That's
Mhm.
that's literally what we did. We had anarchy. Anarchy is just a world without rules, but not quite, because the rules are dictated by morals and ethics of the people who commonly agree upon them.
So
Yeah,
basically off deepfaking, specifically this example, it wouldn't be like a flag system. I'm guessing it wouldn't be like a you can't do that. It would be like a I'm suing you type thing, right?
yes.
Where like someone did the thing and you're like I'm not okay with this thing. I feel like
Well, it's
that's
not even
that's fine.
flagging people that illegally have it. It's just like it can only be attained by people who have
Well, assuming it
proficient-
with assuming that works in America, sure. But let's say they do it in Taiwan or something. Like let's say they take the deepfake technology, they get it from a third-party source, and they make this porn of you. Would that be breaking international law? Would you be able to sue for that?
Yeah, probably. If you're making, I feel like if you're making, see, this,
'Cause AI
this
is
is where
global.
this is
It's not a
super-
country issue.
This
It's a global
that
issue.
see, this is the problem. This is where this is where expedition laws need to almost be updated, right?
Mhm.
Because if you commit a crime against somebody who lives in a different country, what rules is it bound by? So
Yeah.
let's say someone in Taiwan uploads a deep fake of me getting like full raw dog fisted by Chunk, right?
Can I buy that?
And I'm like, hey, wait a minute.
I'm visiting who?
It was the other way around.
Jamie.
Oh, deal.
And I don't like it, but there's nothing I can do about it because in their country there's no laws around it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Should it be persecuted by law in our country because it's a crime against me?
Well, that's how it works right now. Like if someone in India scams you for $10,000, and you go through the legality and they actually did something illegal in India, you can go and then they can get arrested through there. You can sue from India to them. So it's like.
But the question is if it's not illegal in India.
And then
yeah.
that's what I was gonna say. We're like, if it's illegal here but legal there, which side can you sue from?
But that's the thing, is it's been both ways consistently, because we see like also on YouTube where there was a dude who, probably not a lot of people know about this, but there was a One Piece content creator who would like do a lot of stuff and like create a lot of, it was all in fair use. And then like all of a sudden he basically got shut down by Nintendo completely for copyright claims. Or not Nintendo, sorry, Toy Animation. And they like hard shut
talking about Totally Not Mark?
Yes.
I like that
And
guy.
basically they shut down everything about him. And basically what the realization that YouTube ended up coming to, or the conclusion, is that they basically were like, okay, since you struck everything in his video, but the copyright rules are basically legal everywhere except Japan and maybe like 1 or 2 other countries, we are going to make it visible and like he can like market off of it everywhere and in everything that is seen except for like
except for Japan.
Yeah. And so it's like it's kind of the same thing, right? Where if they were to like try to prosecute that, then like it would just basically come to the same conclusion, right? Where it's like you can't really press that cross country whenever it's like a platform based decision. Is that how it would be? Would it be more up to the platforms and how it's used on the internet, more so than a governmental issue?
I think the way to solve that, actually, bouncing off what you said, I think there should be like an internet law force, you know? Like
The internet police.
Yeah, like they should be like, there should be an internet, like the internet's a country, if that makes sense. Because we live in a global economy, because we live in so many different like nation states, I think it'd be intelligent to start moving towards the internet having its own laws in general.
Can
And
you
then
imagine
that would solve all this.
how long it would
that's
take
such
to get that
a-
to pass in one country? Not to mention to get everyone to
Yeah,
agree
there's
on
so
internet
many
laws.
issues with
Like
that,
I
though,
would love if that were
Task
possible,
force.
but
It's not a good idea.
yeah.
But it
It's
would be
not.
it's the best idea.
But it's a content idea. That's what we're all about here.
The problem is, right, that anyone hooked up to the internet is very susceptible to any level of corruption within that police force. Right? Let's say you wrong the wrong person, and then they contact someone in that police force and go, all right, upload child porn to his computer.
Okay, well, obviously it'd be like a UN.
Like, we already have that issue in the real world where it's like police planting drugs on people to arrest them.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
so,
I more mean like it's its own independent like governing body, sort of like, you know, like international waters, about how there's no like true international waters, but it's just kind of like everywhere, and then like they follow their own laws. I think it would have to be something like that, but like UN style, where like you have to join it, or like NATO style, where like, you know, if it was just every country on Earth, then it wouldn't be as applicable. But if it was like, you know, because if we made this deal, maybe China wouldn't be interested. But like maybe 200 other countries would, or like 170 other countries would. I know Rwanda would be down. Those guys are awesome.
Yeah, shout out to all my Rwandans.
Bro, I fucking love Rwanda. Holy shit, I love Rwanda.
This is going to be one of my favorite
Rebecca?
podcasts we've done.
Yeah, so far this has been really interesting. This has been good. I'm worried about. I don't think my podcast episodes are monetized anyway, but I think we went deep enough into the sexual assault bit that.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. But even still, I think these are like topics that like.
Because you can't claim this.
It's
as,
important to
like,
talk about. Yeah.
You can't really claim this as educational, I guess, in that sense. Even though we are trying to.
I don't have
discuss
them
it, like,
monetized. I don't think my channel is even big enough to monetize them anyway. So just a thought that crossed my mind, like, I hope Spotify doesn't get mad at me about this episode.
It was always going to be heavy.
Yeah, this is
This
just
episode
like
is always going to be heavy because they are.
so nuanced, man.
It's
And so
well, it's just so
new.
unmoderated.
Yeah.
It's so unmoderated. Like there is no one.
It's truly the
watching
wild,
and
wild west of the internet
controlling.
right now. Yeah.
think since
Oh.
Araband hopped up, I'm also going to take this opportunity to run to the restroom really quickly if we want to take like a 2 or 3 minute little break here.
Sure, I'll finish up my mashed taters. You'll go for it.
You can have light conversation, like fun topics.
What have you been playing lately, Chunk?
What have I been playing lately? You'll
Yeah, bro.
never guess.
League of Legends.
Goddamn right. But no, it was honestly, I've been playing the League. I've been playing Valorant recently. There's been a newish kick for me, even though I always hated that game. I don't know why. I still can't explain why I'm liking it more and more, but I am.
What is that?
Please have variety. Eat my ass, CB.
You guys are gonna fucking get it. Where's Devi? Give him back.
What is
Give
it?
him back.
Are those airsoffts? Nerf guns?
The hole's too big to be an airsoft. Oh!
No, they're just like Nerf guns. I've been on a Nerf gun kick. It happens like every 5 years. I shot the camera pretty hard. I've been finding some good deals.
Been canceled.
This is like one of my favorite podcasts you've ever done.
Did Araband
Yeah,
bring
I
out
was
his
just saying
guns?
that
Am I being
before.
canceled?
I didn't shoot the monitor. I shot the little camera. I was gonna show you guys the camera. I went to go grab the camera to show you guys the camera. I don't know how that works. I did shoot you. I did shoot chat.
I
audio listeners,
wanted
I
to
shot
bring
chat.
up something a little fun. Let me get this pulled up on the right page so I can share it with you guys and then show it to stream. So this is something that was pointed out to me on stream while I was doing a little bit of research. So these are posters from what the fuck is that game called? I already forgot. I hate that game. High on Life. I couldn't get Life is
Right.
Strange out of my head. So High on Life they just generated all of their posters with AI. And gets the job done. But Drew wanted me to bring it up because we talk about AI like it's going to be a thing that's being done in the future and blah, blah, blah. But this was an example that got brought up as this shit was already happening. Like, ChatGPT and these art generation softwares were hardly even out. No one was talking about them when High on Life did this. But there's already a prime example. How do you guys feel about that? You think that's fine?
Where did they come from? Where did what AI
Yeah.
learning
That's a
was
good
used?
question. I can look more into that really quickly. I was more... I the whole time I did my research, I was thinking that this was all going to be mostly ethical and moral, which most of it has. But when it came down to the details of how an AI procured things, that is something that's slightly over my head, I feel like.
Yeah, I just like I've been getting pretty angry the last like week doing research on AI because I feel like so many people's perspectives are very like extremely
see,
shallow.
It's called
Yeah, that's
Mid-Journey AI.
It's the exact same problem with NFTs, brother.
Yeah, it's just like they see new and they get scared,
Mhm.
or they see bad, like one bad thing.
And
like,
I was the
Scary.
same
This
way
thing
until
is
I
this.
went and looked more into it.
Yeah,
There-
it's,
And looked at,
it
like,
is genuinely
applications
one
of
bad thing, and people get hyper
Li-
fixated on it.
literally,
and
there
then
are-
it becomes
3 things in the entire human race that need rebranding. And that's NFTs, AI, and nuclear power. If we can rebrand those 3 things, we move so far forward.
Are you guys seeing this?
Massively. Nuclear power is a huge one.
Are you guys seeing how cool this is?
Whoa!
Chat, look how cool this website is. Watch, I'm gonna refresh. This is the AI that generated the artwork in High on Life, but just look how cool this website is. Though.
It's like a puddle or
That's
something.
sick.
It's actually really
it's
fucking
If
cool.
you follow one of the letters, it
Wet.
really is just text.
dude. It's like Sonic the Hedgehog spinning.
Took bits
I
off
swear
of
to God,
other
can we go
posters, maybe.
one podcast without hearing his goddamn name?
Absolutely goddamn not. And I will fucking die before I allow that to happen.
Showcase.
If I'm not
Oh.
here, someone in chat better bring it up.
I would like
It's
to
cool.
see what they trained it on, if that's a thing that you can find in this. I don't know if that's
So-
publicly available. Here's some examples of art it's generated, though.
That caterpillar's surprised.
Shocked.
Yeah, truly.
Oh
Why
shit!
that caterpillar making a fucking duck face?
Is
that Freddie Mercury? Yeah. So
Yeah, these are
I'm not
sick.
sure. Oh, FAQ. Let's see. This is all guides. Well, I'm not sure if they have it publicly available that shows exactly what they've trained it on. That's what I was kind of hoping to find. But here's what they used to generate the AI posters in their game. We discussed earlier, and the reason I wanted to bring this up, I'm going to go back to the normal screen, is we talked about AI being used to generate swords at a blacksmith. So because the artwork for a custom sword would be like for every person to have their own unique NFT custom sword, you would basically have to outsource that to an AI. How many things are we okay with being AI generated in a game?
I think that we should distill it down to time efficiency, honestly. Like, if something just simply takes too much time, a line has to be drawn there for, like, it takes an hour, it's too long.
Now, the other thing I was going to say is it wouldn't be necessarily every sword. Like, you could have runs of swords, right? Where there's only a certain amount that can be made. That's where the whole minting process comes from. You know, there's like limited time stocks on certain swords. Or you could pay for like very specific ones and stuff. But
Digital
yeah,
scalpers.
you know, where is that art coming from? I guess is a very good point.
Yeah, it's weird because, like, you can, like, let's say you get a team of 5 people that sit there for a week and create an AI specifically meant to make those swords. Like, their entire development cycle that week was just to make the swords. So it's like, would you say it's more worth that they create the swords themselves, or that they created the AI to make more? Like, where's the ratio of, oh, they could have made 500 swords in that week, or it's like, if they're printing 10,000 swords, is it worth making that AI? And I think that's where the time equation comes in. Like, how long will something take compared to how many you need? Because there was like, what, it was like 30 posters on that wall.
Yeah, there were quite a few. I can pull it back up for you if you want.
So that, like, that would have taken, it's very possible they could have done it. You know, they could have sat there and made a bunch of art if they're talented enough. There's like a lot of posters on that wall. And what could have been a development halt, where they have to sit there and get a bunch of art, or an outsourcing type job where they have to hire an artist, has now been turned into something that probably took like a few hours.
Yeah,
and they
here's
can throw that into the
the
game, and
question
it's
is
in the
like,
background.
but here's the thing: is this like a specific room that is decorated like this, or is it like several different rooms? Because I think that's a whole different issue, right? Like, that's not the same amount of quality. Having one room that has like this many posters, you could still outsource that to artists. But if you did it like an entire,
I believe
like,
it is
depends on
all
the
of the game's posters.
Okay, see that's
And
a whole
yes, the
different
posters are reused to answer
And
CB
that's,
in chat.
like what you just said right there, Chung, is exactly what I mean. Where it's like, yeah, if it was just this room and just those posters, they could have totally done it. But
Yeah.
for time efficiency, if it's a big enough gap,
story. Yeah.
I feel it's sort of like 5 and 6 digits, where it's like, if you have like a 5-digit code, it takes 2 days to decipher. If you have a 6-digit code, it takes 2 months. It's like, where's the exponentiality come from?
But then I don't know, because then like, where do we draw the line on assets like that though? Because
Exactly.
if you're starting from scratch, everything's gonna take a long time.
Yeah.
Comparatively, right? So what things are we breaking down into time frames where it's like we can draw that line?
That's why I was saying,
And also,
how
everyone works at
much
different
AI
speeds.
assistance are we willing, like, at what point does it stop being a game that a developer made and start being a AI generated game that a developer assisted? Because I also have another example on this same topic that was also brought up by chat. There is a Japanese programmer named Now, or I guess his online moniker is Now_U, and he has made an entire game. So he has made a whole game purely from AI called Shun. You can play it here. So, oh, hold on, let me. It is playable. I'm not going to say that it's good, but this, obviously, you can tell that this logo is AI generated. It literally misspelled button. So there are problems, but like, we're really early on in AI, right? Oh god, I thought I muted it. But like, this is it. There's a game here. I don't remember what the fucking is it. W. Yeah. So it's like a little Galaga game. All of the background assets are generated. The gunfire effects are generated. I'm not 100% sure. Like, where is the line drawn between what a developer did and what was just he told a machine to do this thing for him?
Yeah, it's definitely especially weird for video games because we've been using like derivatives of AI for years now. Like if you ever play a game, oh actually everyone here is, or at least Devi and Poppy,
I'm gonna stop
have
playing
played
this
The
now.
Last of Us. In The Last of Us, when you're stepping on stuff, when you're stepping over things, when you're walking over rocks upstairs, all those advanced kinematics are just like AI placement.
There's actually a better example of a game that used those before Last of Us even did.
Yeah, there's tons of games who've done it for years.
It was Uncharted 4. Uncharted 4 used advanced kinematics when you're like scaling down a rock face and a rock tumbles onto another rock, and that they
all of that is like physics based, and like literally any game that's physics based, all that's AI. Like that someone didn't go in and individually code every single tumble of that box. So it's like how much did the person really put in, and how much is it just the
I
end?
think there's a problem with the society that we have at the moment, right? The issue is society. What's always society? Is that people view things through black and white, don't they?
Yeah.
It's one thing was bad about AI, so now AI is all bad, right? Certain things about NFTs were abusable, so now NFTs are bad.
Yeah, it's weird because like
People don't look at the applications.
And specifically the application for gaming, again, just like everything else, comes down to time, where it's like you said,
Can be used to cut
if
down
it's
the
like how much of that game is AI or whatever, but it's like if it's fun, why does it matter?
That's
thing,
valid.
you know. It's like it's kind of weird because like if you're saving a shit ton of time using AI, even if it's a slightly inferior product, like let's say a game that would be 1% better would take you 8 more months to complete, compared to making it 99% of the good in 1 month.
Like half the reason Unreal Engine 5 is so powerful is because of the way it uses AI. Like
I really want to
technologies. What's up?
I really want to answer his question. Can you repeat that for me again, Airman? That last thing you just said about I think you said with the assistance of AI, the game would be you would complete 80% of it in 8 months as opposed to 99% of it in a week.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would rather the 99% in a week, because from my experience so far, the 80% in 8 months tends to be a Ubisoft game where they've just shoved meaningless garbage in every possible nook and cranny of the game that adds nothing but a check mark on a list. So if that may not be, you know, specifically touching on the AI portion of it, but when it comes to just, you know, play time as an identifier for a good time in a game, I don't think that's a great example because Ubisoft has ruined that.
Yeah, I just think that very specifically with video game development, I think AI is kind of only a good thing. You know, and the poster thing, the moral gray between if it used art and stuff like that, that'll always be debated, but that's art. I'm talking strictly like game mechanics,
the skeleton,
like fluidity, like, well, maybe even a bit more than that. Like generate a rock texture. That would be extremely useful. You know, give me a world map for like a London city. Oh my god, like that would save hours, like millions of dollars a year on game development. And it's just sort of like and we were talking about earlier with voice acting. Like, so how many games has Jamie talked about on this podcast where he goes, the game's fantastic, but the voice acting's fucking terrible. And it's like he plays so many like Japanese and games that originally came out in like different countries that the voice acting just isn't there. And it's like, how much would they be improved? How many Final Fantasies would be improved if the AI like was instead of the voice actors they had there in place? Like, probably all of them, honestly.
I don't know if I would agree with better, is the thing. I think it'd be easier to implement it. I don't think it would be better.
I think I'm always concerned about... Sorry, go ahead, Chunk.
No, you're good. You're good.
I was just going to say, I think that I'm still caught up on. I fully agree with you that AI is going to be incredible, and I'm excited for the changes it's going to bring. I'm very positive about AI generally. I'm just. It stresses me out to think about the fact that, yeah, I think now one guy is going to be able to make a AAA title in a few years, as opposed to needing a company of several hundred developers, which is really cool because that means we as consumers might end up with more games, more decent quality games, maybe. But it also means that just a fuck ton of people are losing their jobs, and jobs won't exist anymore to an extent. And I'm worried about how much that's going to have rippling effects throughout the games industry. Like, once AI generated assets in games starts becoming more prominent, are we going to see an end of game studios, and now it's just going to be individual solo projects coming out all the time? Or will there still be like, you know, like Naughty Dog holding on, spending billions more dollars than everyone else trying to do it the traditional way?
Right, and I guess it's sort of like what you were saying earlier, where it's like, because it's a leisure activity, it's like,
well, hang on, there's
doesn't really
another
matter.
scope to that is yet to be explored, right? One person with an
mic is
AI that's
booming.
able to make something in a week is still going to be less impressive
Sorry about that.
than 100 people with access to AI making things over a long period of time.
True.
So you'll still have that. AAA developers will just be able to make even grander things compared to average person. Right? Let's say the average person's now able to make a AAA title, whereas AAA developers are now able to make like quadruple A titles.
I
It
hate
kinda
that
feels
term.
I do too, but like it's just the easier way to phrase it.
I
AI
know,
is
I
so
know.
powerful for game development. It feels like if you aren't using AI, you're still using film instead of recording digitally, if that makes sense. Like, it's like that big of a jump, where like you're recording on 88mm instead of
But there's
using like a
reasons to
red
do
camera.
that still.
Yeah,
For
there's
sure,
still people
yeah.
that do it for like artistic
But,
tastes and
like,
how it
No one really watches
looks.
those movies.
I do.
Yeah, no, I mean I wouldn't say no one. It's definitely more niche and more of like
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like
yeah. Here's the only
Marvel makes
thing,
$1 billion a day.
yeah, it's the okay. Marvel's actually a good depiction of this.
The
I am
supervillain.
scared. The only thing, well, I'm scared of the world we live in, where it's like we have all these like cool tools to like advance things further in a direction that like makes things better and easier access for like a lot of people. But I am worried about the sheer amount of things you have to like sort through at this point to get to what is the good things are. Like the amount of things being pumped out, and this is where it comes back to like speed and time. It's like I don't think it's necessarily a problem that these things are like made easier or faster, because if we can make people's lives easier, they can spend more time on other things. That's good. But the problem is once we start to just overload our senses to like, people already have like death scrolling syndrome when it comes to like Netflix and trying to figure out what the fuck they want to watch. Can we imagine how it'll be if we have AI implemented in all these industries, where it's like we're just gonna be overloaded with the amount of choices that we have? And they'll be of higher quality for sure, but it'll be like, I don't know, man. I just
Isn't choice
genuinely don't
paralysis
know.
a good thing to have? Like, it's like, it shows prosperity.
To an extent, for sure.
It's like the ultimate first world problem.
Right, exactly.
yeah, for
It's
sure.
the
I
ultimate
don't disagree
suffering
with
from
that.
success.
But also, it's like you could say it's a first world problem all you want, but it's still like a problem that we will deal with, right? Like it doesn't matter to the extent of like whether or not it's a, I guess, survivable or serious issue. It's just an issue. It'll be.
Also,
what it'll
isn't
be.
if everyone's using the same AI to create the same stuff, when it'll be very samey?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I mean by oversaturation. Like you're filtering through a lot of like. I mean, I don't know how vast the database for like AI will be in the future, and like what it'll have to like lean back on, how different all the like art and things that whatever assets they'll use, and how different those things will be, right? Because we just don't know. This is us just like implying about the future at this point.
Wild hypothetical.
Um,
Do you think that we could reach a point where Netflix dies because a new service pops up, and instead of going through a list of movies and things that they have and their exclusives, you just kind of vaguely type in, I want to watch like a romantic comedy about this and this, and then it just makes one, and that's the new Netflix. And then there's no developer. It's just
I think it just makes a movie like on the spot for you.
yeah, that's my hypothetical that I'm pitching
That's
here.
the day that I will just walk into the street and just I don't want anything to do with this life that we live in. The moment that we start to take like that insane of like a creative like liberty away from people entirely, and we're just like here, just shovel it into my mouth like I'm some kind of like dirty, stinky little pig. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I'm a disgusting little fat piglet for you to shove your content into my mouth, you know?
Save
I don't want that.
this just in case, like 20 years from now, that's the most shit take you've ever had. Imagine.
And maybe, hey, you know what, maybe it will be.
I hope it is.
Says, hey,
sorry, I hope it's not.
Future, and you're like, remember when you said this? This is shit take, and everything's good now. But cool, I'm gonna walk out in the street, and you did that.
I don't want that future because that also kind of scares me. But at the same time, I'm really curious. But yeah, I hope that doesn't become like an insane shit take someday. I hope that at least to an extent there's still studios.
There is genuinely, I saw a big thread about this from Aaron Hansen from Game Grumps, if y'all know who that is.
Yeah.
But like he basically went on like a big tirade about like people complaining about quality of the art or quality of whatever the AI is generating. And sometimes it's true, sometimes it's a little lackluster, but we all know that it won't be that way in a few years, right? We all know it's headed towards a path of having a lot more intricate detail and things like that. And so his thing was there shouldn't be anything wrong with looking at it and being like, I want a human behind that. I want something I can connect to the artist to look up what they've done to like create this thing or like what kind of cool like aspects or like their journey through it. Because sometimes that is the fun, right? Sometimes the behind the scenes of going to look at games or movies is just as interesting as the game or like film you're looking at itself. And you like go into this deep dive of like knowledge and stuff. If I don't have that, and I have like it was just crafted in 5 seconds by an AI, it takes a lot of the heart out of content in general. And I don't personally want that. I think it's okay to look at something and be like, I want something I can attach to behind it.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think that we'd think differently about AI art if it created it? Like if we watched it paint each stroke and it was explaining why it was doing that.
Absolutely. Right now, I think the only issue with AI art is that it's actively stealing from artists. Once it gets to the point where it's capable of creating its own assets and doesn't need to refer to another artist's work, then I think I would be far more interested.
So what about videos? Because the ChatGPT 5, whatever the next one is, that one is gonna have video. They like confirmed that. So how do you feel about them taking clips of movies and smashing them together?
I feel like people have already been doing that. Was it Donkey? I feel like it was Donkey or some other YouTuber who made a joke about how you could make like thousands of dollars a month by being a Family Guy clip uploader on YouTube.
Very true. Extremely true, yeah.
I think that's the same thing as AI art. Just taking something that you saw somewhere else and uploading it for money. Yeah.
Yeah,
the other one was AMV artists. AMV artists. Which was like,
I remember AMVs. Holy shit.
Yeah, they would make tons of money off of like taking a song from somebody else and then taking clips from somebody else and making a edit of that, which AI could easily do.
So do you think looking back retroactively that AMVs were in the wrong for sure?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh yeah.
Dude, I agree. So I just more think of like, no, I think you're just right. I think I am like really reminiscent because I used to like watch a lot of that shit.
Yeah,
like as a kid. But like, I think you're right.
Because personally, you guys are all in the experience of it. How do you feel about streamer highlights? Like when people take people's streams or like Twitch perfect timings, like stuff like that.
I think it comes down to consent. I've said this to people before and I'll say it again. I want people to make stuff out of me. I think it's funny. As long as it's not using it to defame me, I would like people to make content out of me as much as they can. I've already had people make one of my mods make songs out of clips of my voice all the time. It's awesome. Very funny. There's like one there, but the thing is, they give it to me and they say, "Here, you can use this." And like it's one of my redeems, $19. There's the I shit my pants song. And it's like that kind of stuff is funny as fuck. But like they also need to understand that like while I am giving them permission to use that and they can upload that and make money off of it, I don't care. Go for it. If you have to do some creative license to it. Right? If you just take my VODs and upload them to a channel and start making money off that, that's fucked. But if you create something out of me, hell yeah, go for it, please. But also understand that if I choose to want to have creative license to that, right, that is within my right.
Yeah.
So do you think it's their responsibility to first come to you, or do you think it's one of those things where you discover it from your chat, you discover it personally, and then go to them and ask them to please stop? Like, is it a ask for permission or forgiveness thing for you?
I mean, for me,
what if you found out today someone has been making videos of you for like the last 8 months, and they were like, "Yeah, dude, I love your content. I make
Depends what the videos are.
timings." Yeah, like, what if they just make like funny stuff? Like they're like, "Oh, well, like I find like my funniest clips of the day and I upload them every day." And you've been in like a bunch of my episodes. Like,
I've actually had this happen.
Okay.
This is So a TikTok channel was using a bunch of my clips and uploading them. But the thing that I really appreciated about it is that they were crediting me. That was big. And then I had people coming from those and I'm talking hundreds of millions of views on this TikTok. One of them in particular got hundreds of millions of likes and views, not likes. We got millions of likes, hundreds of millions of views. And I had people come from that, right? And go, "Hey, I saw your clip on TikTok from this uploader. Really liked your content," and they've stuck around. Thank you to whoever uploaded that and gave me credit. Thank you. Seriously, that was really nice of you.
That's how I
appreciate
feel about it. Like I feel like I'm more of a forgiveness over permission type thing, because I made a video of I don't know if you heard of Tim the Tatman. I made a video of him playing against me in Overwatch one time, and I credit him in the beginning. I credit him in the description 3 separate times. I have like the VOD it was from, the stream he was doing, if he's currently live. At the end of the video, I like did as much as I possibly could to make sure that this is not my content. I just edited because I'm in it, like because I was in the game. And I was like, I feel like that is doing due diligence. Like I feel like that is enough.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That it's fine.
I think everyone's different, but for me, it's definitely that way. Where I'm like, as long as credit is given to the creator, 90% of the time, it's fine. I mean, obviously,
I'm not a small creator these days. I'm not huge, but I'm not a small creator, right?
The weird medium.
I exist in that, like, look, I'm gonna ego check myself here. One of the questions in chat was, Jamie had an instance, another channel,
you need me to lift up
was
your
used on a YouTube compilation where permission was requested. What are your thoughts? My thoughts are, as long as they were credited, that's up to the person. So, like, if that person individually had a problem with that, that's okay. They can go and ask that clip be removed. That's their right. It all comes back to consent, and even if consent not requested and not credited, that's not okay. Credit needs to be given regardless of whether they ask for permission or not. However, if it was not requested that they be put into that, it's okay if they go and ask, "Hey, I didn't ask to be put in this. Could you please take my video down?" That's okay. But if they weren't credited as well, that's an issue, because now they're profiting off something that doesn't benefit the original creator in any way at all. Every time my clips have been used, I've been credited and to certain parts paid. That's awesome. I really appreciate that. The only times I haven't been paid or credited, I gave permission to not use or credit, to not pay or credit me, right? But all the times that I didn't request it to happen, I was credited. So I can't speak from a situation like that because I haven't been in that situation. But if I was, I probably wouldn't like it. I'd prefer to be credited, because that way, if they liked it, then they could find me.
To tie this back into the subject, what's really funny and interesting about this, now that we've gotten into the subject of people already doing this, of taking other people's content and reposting it, blah, 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 I think one of the benefits, potentially, of an AI doing it instead of a person is that the AI would probably do its due diligence as opposed to a person. I feel like people are forgetful, people don't care, people don't think about those things, but if an AI is going through the process of learning the optimal ways to do these things, then an AI may take a couple of your clips and put it in a compilation and automatically send you a DM like, hey, I've taken some of your clips, are you okay with this? Here's a link to the content, here's a blah blah blah, your name is mentioned, and like it would just do all that on its own.
Imagine getting that email. Like, holy shit.
I not to say that I'm super in favor of it happening, but since we have already discussed people already do this, I think an AI might do it in a way that could be better than like for everyone involved.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as it's instructed, you know, up front, if someone makes compilation bot.
It's like, maybe they could program it to see if there's missed opportunity. Like, if they notice you're only on one platform, and they promote you on like a platform you'd never use, like some random Alibaba Chinese thing.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be kind of cool. Like if I could set up an AI that auto-made content from my content on platforms I'd never use, but would still get me an audience. So maybe like, as an individual, as a creator, it would be a powerful AI to use it yourself, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, everyone gets to a certain size where they need to pay an editor for TikToks. So it's like, if you had an AI for that, you could do it at any size. You wouldn't have to pay anyone. I want that AI.
I like Deontay. He's editing my stuff now. Okay, so I do not have research for this. This is just going to be purely off of memory and speculation. But before ChatGPT was big, we had an interesting bump into AI in a Discord server I was in. CB Doodles in chat was definitely there. There may be a couple other people from chat that were there that night. And it was purely speculative on my part if it was an AI. But we basically found... we were looking at Google Maps for some reason, and we found this review that was like an 8-second long video for some random location, and we watched it, and it was just a bizarre compilation of random images and sounds and like just weird shit. And at the end it said some website name and it was over. And we went to that website, and it's just like a list of like 90 different generators of shit that you can do, like generate a video off of a sentence idea, generate this blah 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 blah. So after a while of going down this rabbit hole of finding this same account posting just random pointless videos to hundreds of different random locations that aren't even close to each other in the world, I think that there was an AI that was generating random content and posting it anywhere that it could find a place to upload it, just to see what works, what gets clicks, and what brings people to its website. I think that it was an AI that had branched out from its own website and was creating bot accounts to advertise itself.
So like truly a net. That was just throwing just over everything.
Absolutely.
Anything it could get its hands on. Damn.
It was a very bizarre
start uploading
find.
to Google Maps, I guess.
CB, if you have anything from that night by chance, like any names or websites or anything like that, because I don't remember them. It's been several months. Oh, you do.
Do you know that one meme where it's like the one dude standing in the corner at like a party and he's like, they don't know.
Yeah.
That's how I feel like Google Maps, where it's like I'm sitting in the corner like, they don't know I have 20 million photo views on Google Maps. I am by far the most famous on Google Maps compared to all my social medias.
How weird. You really gotta pull that audience.
Right? Like, I gotta figure out a way to capitalize
Start
on
linking
that.
your YouTube.
Just every single picture, I have like a QR code on my YouTube channel on my wrist. I just like take a picture of it.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Yep. CB has located it for me. I'm gonna show this name on stream because I don't think that they're real. But this is what we ended up finding. So this is one account called Elliot Ibach, and they've just posted reviews. It looks like most of them are kind of central northeast-ish, with one over here in Utah. But like, here's a review for a Burger King. I'm gonna mute it just in case of copyrighted audio. Yeah. Oh, it is AI audio. Good point. It's also loud as fuck, so I'm not. But for those of you who can't see because you're listening on Spotify or somewhere else, it's just here's a photo of a shower. Here's a photo of some children's cartoon. This is just an exit sign. This is a bunch of bags of chips, a ketchup flavored chips, a Reese's potato chips big cup, Takis, lots of chips. But the point is, there's 875 of these. Burger King, Little Caesars Pizza, Henry Ford, Jackson Hospital, Dollar General, Walmart Neighborhood Market, McDonald's, St. Luke's Catholic Church, Tim Hortons, another McDonald's, Donnie's Cafe. Like, what is this?
How did you find this?
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Seemed like something that would unfortunately go viral on TikTok.
One of them had like a website in it, and we went back to the website and saw where these were being generated, and it was just you type in a sentence and it generates shit. But yeah, accidentally stumbling upon this was weird, to say the least, and I still don't really know what to make of it.
It seems like an experiment.
Yeah,
It seems like a
it's
test.
very.
And it's like a lot of the same images are being reused, I noticed.
Yeah, they are.
Mm-hmm.
Like not even in the same video, just on those different videos. Each of the thumbnails started with like pictures that were already in the other video.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, that is, I guess one of the weird things about learning is that a lot of the time we learn, it's inside here. So like a lot of people don't see it happen, you know, like if you learn personally, maybe you're learning from YouTube or something like that. Or if you learn in school, like it's pretty rare you see someone actively learning. But with AI, you get to watch every single bit.
Mm-hmm.
And videos like those, like you were talking about earlier with the AI learns to walk, whatever.
Yeah.
Like with videos like we've all played that one game where it's like you try to teach that little two-legged creature how to walk. Or like you like draw the two legs to like try to teach the thing how to walk. It's like after enough generations, you can see why it went in certain directions and why it evolved in certain ways, and like you don't really get to see that as a human much. So I think it's really fascinating.
So there's a really cool YouTube channel that I watch, and what it does is it creates basic puzzle games, like 3D platforming and such, and puts the AI in control of it.
I like watching those.
I love it. Watching the AI learn how to solve that puzzle, and then seeing how it uses previous iterations of puzzles. So what it does is like advances in levels of difficulty, and to see if the AI can eventually solve the final problem using all of the shit that it's learned. And watching it overcome each step is sick. It's like this cube.
You talk about Code
like
Bullet, AI Warehouse, or OpenAI. I follow all those.
I'm not sure of the one, but
because literally all of those do that, and it's awesome.
It's very cool to watch, dude. It's very cool to watch. And watching the AI learn in real time is very interesting. You see it walk around, and it's just trying to push. It just tries to walk to the exit, but it realizes the exit's on like a plane, and then it's like, oh, how do I get to that plane? Oh, I found the jump button. How can I use this jump button? Oh, I can jump and move at the same time. Okay, I'm going to jump into this platform. Oops, I overshot it. Okay, I need less of an input command. And just watching it slowly learn how to jump. And it, like, you know, within 5 attempts, it's already better than most game journalists. It's pretty good. It's pretty cool.
I'm really honestly scared of Baldy in chat said, me and AI will perhaps someday be friends. Honestly, a scary statement. I feel like AI may have taken over Baldy's computer. That doesn't seem like anything I would ever hear come out of that man's mouth. I doubt that. My favorite redeem of his is give Alexa feedback, where he just says, hey Alexa, I have some feedback, and then he waits for it to beep, and then he just says, fuck you, and then it turns off. So I don't think Baldy is the type of person to type something like that. I think his computer's been taken over by AI.
Yeah. Watching AI learn is very, very interesting, because it literally looks like watching a child learn.
Yeah,
it learns at a little bit of a faster rate, but it looks like watching a child learn.
Yeah, and it's all so logic based. It's so fascinating. There's no intuition. There's no preconception. It's just
there's no emotion.
Forcing. Yeah,
It's not like
really
it
find it
gets
interesting.
frustrated. You know?
It's like when it's like when you're at a zoo and you see an animal you never seen before. You're like, why is it doing that? I felt that way when I first saw.
I wonder.
An
I want to do this. I want to see. I wonder what would happen if I got control of, like, if I could get an AI, load up Dark Souls, and watch it learn Dark Souls from the get go.
I want to do that. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say I want to do that,
That'd be
but
really
with
fun.
Twitch chat hive mind, but that's already been done.
I wonder if that's.
Yeah, I looked it up. There's nothing. There's no AI
I want
learning Dark
to.
Souls yet.
Dude. Oh my god. I'm gonna message Cahill.
Although,
Let's see if we can put this together, because this could be
although
really.
an AI has learned CS:GO apparently.
Isn't
I
that just
reckon it'd be really-
TAS?
well, I
That's
mean,
kind of
I
what I
think
was thinking.
I think an FPS is easy, right? An FPS just needs to recognize certain pixels, aim, and shoot. That's very, very simple. But the thing about Dark Souls is you need to watch the AI learn pattern recognition, and not only pattern recognition with one enemy, but with lots of enemies.
True.
Yeah, if there's one thing AI is bad at, it's pattern recognition.
I know. But then, like, watching it try to circumvent the map, right? So there's things that, like, if you put, okay, so the original Dark Souls, right? After you finish the little tutorial area, do you know what it does?
No.
You played, so it puts you at a place called Filing Shrine with no information. You are told nothing. Now, there's a guy at the campfire next to you, and he says, so you're here to fulfill the prophecy. You need to ring the Bell of Awakening. But there's actually 2 Bells of Awakening. And you're like, okay, where are they? You look up and you can see one. And then he says there's one down below. Now, I would love to see the AI try to navigate this map and how long it would take. Just learning how to walk, learning how to dodge, learning how to swing, right? Giving it all the information it needs for controls and seeing how long it would take for an AI to learn how to circumvent the map, defeat bosses, achieve goals.
And then see how fast they can do it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically, yeah, that's like advanced tasks, basically.
Yeah.
Because
That'd be really fun.
There's a lot of, like, really, there's a Titanfall 2 task speedrun, which is pure insanity to watch.
Mhm.
And again, it's first person, so it's a bit different. But, like, for the most part, it's the same idea of, like, get from beginning to end. But the thing is,
task is like you input commands and it just does it.
yeah, exactly. Like you for the most part, you can do the perfect command, but you have to input those, you have to implement them to learn what would be the perfect strategy purely on its own would be very fascinating.
And
Like,
watching what kind of build it would make.
Yeah, like do you know
It would be a strength build for sure.
yeah, I learned from
Oh, the
John,
health
like-
bar went down a lot with that one. Okay.
like no matter
That's how
what
my
you do,
brain worked.
strength builds are so broken. I didn't believe John, but he showed like literally every single FromSoft game, strength builds are broken. It's
Yeah.
just like
The fun build
Learn.
is a dex build every time.
wow.
Anyway, I only have one more talking point that I wanted to bring up before. If you guys have anything left, we could just ask chat what they want us to discuss regarding AI, which we've kind of already halfway been doing anyway. But
Yeah. Sure.
I wanted to bring up that just today, I got a news article on my phone that told me that there was a company that used AI to... Okay, I'm going to back this up a little bit. A long time ago, when I was in high school, back in my day, there
Back it up
was
just a little bit, by the way.
a software that was made public and was advertised towards gamers where you solve complicated proteins. Oh, I think your camera broke,
Bigger than my
Jamie.
Camera.
Yep. So you had to it basically put in the hands of gamers an ability where you solve proteins, and it was something that scientists genuinely struggled with, but because gamers were looking at it in a different way and treated it as a puzzle, there were several things that gamers helped to create cures for, which was really neat. But now an AI is doing that, and within what was it? I'm gonna have to find the article again. I didn't copy it. I'm an idiot. It was I want to say it was within a few days or maybe 3 weeks. It was able to create a protein that would bind to and destroy cancer.
Pog.
So when I tried to do more research on that, I ended up finding 2 other articles. One of them claiming that utilizing a cell sample from a patient with cancer, it was able to determine the currently existing medication that would have the highest chance of curing them, or suggest a new medication that would have a better effect. And then a third article I found where they were using AI to give immune cells instructions to hunt and kill cancer cells. So, my phone giving me one article saying, hey, AI is helping us cure cancer, ended up helping me find 3 different articles, which, by the way, 2 of the 3, I traced back to a university. So one of them was Louisiana State University, LSU, and the other one was a smaller college in San Francisco. I don't remember the exact name, but the third one, I didn't find anything more specific on it. But regardless, that's pretty fucking cool, in my opinion, if that is all true.
Interesting.
It just speeds up research.
Yeah.
It does. It can run trillions of calculations in seconds.
At the same time.
UCSF. That was the UC at San Francisco was the other one. Yeah, LSU and UCSF.
See, when you frame it like that, it's just a good thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
If it can be used to save lives.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like you go on Twitter for 4 seconds and everyone's like, AI is evil, it's destroying my job, it's destroying the art industry, it's ruining everything. But it's like, really, it's just a bunch of people. Like, if you really just like want to simplify, explain to a 5-year-old, AI is like a room full of scientists that all can think at the same time and cooperate perfectly.
Wexel says, but AI only has the same amount of information we have. No, yes, but it can run calculus. Okay, think about how long it takes for a scientist to run a single calculation. An AI can do that trillions of times in a second.
Yeah, that's the difference. Is it's able to.
I don't know the password to your phone, but I know the numbers 0 through 9, so I can get into your phone.
There you go.
It would take a long ass time, but an AI would, it's only 4 digits.
AI would work that out.
Yep.
It's like, if you have the tools and we need to put the work in, AI makes that time shorter. Again, my point from the very beginning, AI is just about time. It is the only real power it has, and the reason people are so pissed about it is because it accelerates what would typically take a lot longer. And people hate that. Forever. Since the beginning of time, people have been pissed when things take less time.
What is Aravan's password?
No!
It's swordfish. It's always swordfish.
It's always swordfish.
It's always swordfish.
Well, that was my talking points that I've got. Is there anything else? Actually, Ava brought up something really neat earlier that I wished they had mentioned earlier, because when we got really deep into the art conversation, this would have been really cool to talk about, but it got linked to me after we finished the art conversation. It's a website called Glaze, or a service called Glaze, and basically it's an algorithm that you put your artwork into it, and then it AI proofs it. So it adds a layer to it, which is meant to be like a shroud that disguises your art from AI so that it can't understand what you drew.
Interesting.
My comment on that was that AI will just learn how to do that too soon and go around it. But, depending on how quickly they are able to keep updating it and changing it, it might be a good temporary solution until there's more like legality and things discussed, or at least something else along that. But Devi, you need to back up, bro.
Back up?
What I do?
What you do? Yeah, get the fuck back there, Devi.
Is this better? I'm loud. Oh, okay.
Loud.
Yeah, Devi, get back, man.
I didn't change my mic. I'm sorry. I don't know. Chuck, please.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like in this discussion, I made my thoughts known, my points stated, and I definitely changed my perspective on a few things. So I feel like that's the definition of a good discussion.
Yeah, same. I feel like I have my opinion changed every time we have one of these discussions. Any discussion.
Yeah, same.
I think
Except for about
for
Sonic.
the most.
Fuck you, CB. Fuck you. You know what? I'm taking my hat off. I need something else to go on my head.
By the way, Spotify listeners, if you're interested in communicating with us live on Twitch and having your opinions tossed into the mix as well, twitch.tv/PrinceDevy, PrinceDevvy. We try to do it bi-weekly every Monday at 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We'd love to see you in chat.
I just looked to my right to see what I should put on my head. I have the most random shit possible. Like I have a tungsten cube, a skee ball, banana bread,
What the fuck?
a knife.
Can I have that banana bread?
Yes, you may. A
Sick.
All I
D100.
have is just Jack Daniels.
Just
I don't know.
some
I don't know what it
random
says about me.
If you roll a 69 on that D100, I'll end stream right now.
Bet. Let's see. It takes so long to stop. 31. Damn.
31. Not even close, baby.
Not even close. I got DM'd.
Well, if we don't have any more, chat,
Yeah, I have
do you
nothing to
guys
say.
have any other AI stories or softwares or applications that you have found interesting, or even like questions, logical, ethical concerns that you'd like us to discuss? I hate AI
Man,
images.
I feel like every artist does right now.
Yeah, I think a lot of artists are just. I don't think.
Because
artists
there's
have
no
to-
protection right now. I get it. It's
Yeah,
certain.
I think we as people need to dictate that art is for artists
Mhm.
at the end of the day, and that if people, because I think that's where the main problem comes from, right? Is when you use it to replace human leisurely activities, as we were talking about. And so I think there's no laws that are going to be created around that. That's just not going to happen
Yeah.
functionally. But we as people need to rule as to whether we want things to be listed as AI art, and we want rules that moderate where AI art can learn from, right? In the same way that we wouldn't want, aimbots like ruining our video games. We don't want AI art ruining music and manga and imagery.
Well, it's really
Doing all
difficult
that
to
stuff.
draw those lines too, because even we were kind of on board with AI games being generated. Essentially, I mean, even if they're curated by a person.
Yeah, no. But AI being able to assist in a video game,
True.
on a
Versus being
developmental
the
level,
do-all,
versus
end-all.
being what like actually plays the game is the issue, right? So I think we can talk about it all day, but eventually what's going to happen is why the court of public opinion is kind of in existence, right?
Do you
We
think
as
that-
people moderate this shit.
Within the next few years, because AI art's not going to go anywhere. It's not going away. It's not going
No.
anywhere. It's
No.
going to continue, and it's going to advance, and it's going to become far more accepted. Do you think that calling someone's art, like a genuine artist, calling it AI art, or like comparing it to AI art, is going to be a negative or a positive thing?
Negative.
Do you think it's going to be like oh, dude, your art looks like AI, or like, oh, your art looks like AI? Like, which way do you think?
Well, I
it
mean,
looks
we already compared it to Great Value brand, right? Like earlier, where we were like, it's gonna be the common like lower tier stuff that you buy. Like,
yeah,
art.
but if like
if
we
I
saw
wanted
that
someone
one
who was
website.
like, man, your jeans look like Great Value, you think somebody's gonna be like, oh, thanks.
I
man."
think AI art
pretty good.
in a actual artistic setting rather than an application setting like video games is only detrimental to the society.
yeah,
To
but
be
like
honest.
also to bounce off what you said, Chunk, it wouldn't be if you like went and bought the jeans. It would be if you made them. Like if you made the jeans, you're like, oh, that looks like something I could get at Walmart or something like that. Like that would be. Is that a positive or a negative? It's like, oh, it looks like I did a good job. It looks mass produced, like, or is it like it looks mass produced?
Well,
A good question.
Yeah.
I wear exclusively Walmart jeans, so I don't fucking know. Like, don't ask me this shit.
We talk
wearing
about
highlighter
so
pants right
AI art when it's posed as art is a big problem. And when we're comparing it on an artistic level, then yeah, I think that we think about it as bad. We think about hands having problems. We think about common mistakes that are very easy for us to identify. I'm gonna show you one more thing that I'm pulling up on stream. How do you feel about AI doing this?
What is this?
This is not a real person. This is an AI generated Instagram account that posts AI generated images of them being an influencer.
I don't know, it kind of feels like a college thesis. Kind of feels like a student's project type thing. You know what I'm saying? Like it feels like pretty,
19-year-old robot living in LA.
Dude, so I
nice.
will go ahead and say this. This was funny enough, the video I was talking about earlier where they had 20 different careers lined up and they had the AI try to do their job. Influencer was one of them. And I thought it was very funny because she was like, yeah, they have like the basically was like make a post like showing off a brand, but also like tell me what the photo would look like as well.
Bro, she
And
was
so
wearing denim underwear.
Huh?
I think those are Daisy Dukes. I don't know if they have them in Australia.
They were way too short to be Daisy Dukes.
Are you talking
get
about?
back to- that
I
was
was
like
trying to
straight
sign
up
into my
AI.
account.
Okay, so
That
they're
was
not
like
Daisy Dukes, they're
underwear,
just Dukes,
bro.
right? They're not Dukes Daisy.
Dukes.
Those are just Dukes.
Yeah.
Those are
If you pull
I'll
it
give it
back
a
up,
bit.
like straight up, it looks like the wildest shit. It looked like denim underwear.
I don't know, because like the reason that's popular
My
right now
thighs
is
are
'cause
already
it's
chafing.
novel, right?
Mhm.
Like the only reason anyone gives a shit about it is because it's new and
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
interesting. Literally, if there's 1,000 of those, like what are they gonna do? Follow them all? Like, oh, like people follow influencers because they sell a lifestyle, and if that whole job is to essentially like not parody but to replicate that selling a lifestyle, it's like, I mean, following all those lifestyle blogs artists, you're basically following AI to begin with. They all follow the same like sort of thing. They all rent out that fake private jet. They all go to the beach. Like, it's the same shit. So realistically, it's like stuff like that just kind of feels like it's popular now because it's novel. That's the
Yeah,
point.
that's fair.
Yeah.
And I actually really like the example that Speaky Man in chat gave. I pinned it earlier, but we have talked about bots being used for the purposes of cheating in gaming. And I think this ties in really, really well with our earlier comments of saying that, like, when you try to pass it off as human or real, that's when there's the problem. Because Speaking Man is playing against Nexto bots in Rocket League, which is a generationally learning bot that knows how to play Rocket League, and it's nearly perfect. Like, I've watched countless Rocket League YouTubers who are like, I'm gonna 1v1 the Nexto bot, and I'm Supersonic Legend, I'm top 0.1%, and they lose. And it's a very scary bot. But I think it's really fucking cool that you have access to it as a training device. I had never considered playing against it to train yourself. But what I heard about it when it became like a big viral thing was that people had found a way to let it play for them in like ranked games. So I just think that illustrates yet another line where if it's clearly indicated as AI, it can be a really neat tool to help you, but all it takes is one person with a nefarious idea to go, I'd just rather it do the work for me.
People like, there's like Asian bot farms that do that with League of Legends.
True.
Yeah,
just
if
get some
just go
motherfucker
buy a
just runs
diamond
down
account
mid.
and tell your friends that you did it. Like, it's fine.
When it comes to sports, universally, forever. By sports, I mean human against human competition. Forever, people have always been cheating. And cheaters are always looked down upon, and they always will be looked down upon. So it's not really that complicated to think about. Like, if you use steroids in football, you're looked down upon.
This is why I think we should just legalize all of it.
And this is also
Everyone
why...
just inject yourselves with it, whatever the fuck. And I want some absolute Hulk-esque human beings walking out on the field and just tussling.
How much fun would that be? Is if we had like the regular
steroid
league
league?
of sports, and then the steroid league of sports.
Dude,
Then
we
why-
should have
why isn't the
the
XFL
Special
that?
Olympics,
Damn
the
you,
regular
Dwayne.
Olympics, and then the Mega Olympics. Like
Yeah.
the fucking
Olympics
It's
crazy-
like,
Bro.
no, there's no
You got-
rules. You do whatever you need to win. That would be fucking.
That would be.
You-
I would
you
watch
got to,
the
like,
fuck out of
Someone
track
that.
stars
brings
that
like a
come out there
pistol and like shoots
that-
someone in
that
the
are, like,
legs
six
as they
people
win a
die a
race.
day.
lanky, but they got like
Yeah.
quads just the size of a barrel.
There's
Just fucking,
like hearts the
sprinting.
size of like.
Ugh.
You're describing
fucking-
the Coliseum.
Yeah.
That's what we need. Bring it back. Bring back gladiatorial combat. That's what I want.
I think I'm on board
Yeah,
as long
bro.
as people aren't allowed to hurt each other, and we also let the normal Olympians compete because I want to see the difference.
Again, it's all about
Yeah,
consent for me.
yeah, yeah.
I think if you want to sign up and just bash your brains against the wall, you can go right ahead, my guy. I am
Imagine
all
like
for
an
it.
NBA league where someone has like a 15-foot vertical.
I want. That's what I want. I
Yo,
want
actually,
Space Jam,
speaking of
but I
that,
want the
this is the wildest
monsters.
thing. Hang on, I saw this dude who just got drafted to the NFL with a 8-foot vertical.
Yeah, I saw that video. That dude's fucking crazy.
What
That
the
from
fuck?
stand.
That guy
From
He
a
just
crazy.
jumps
standing
over
jump.
people.
Yeah, he's
Not
he's
just jumps
literally
over
insane.
people. Like
He catches
he's-
a ball when he does it too.
Yeah, hang on.
But like, have you guys ever seen that meme where it's like, when I watch the Olympics, I want them just to put like a random, like a regular dude there.
Yeah.
I want that so bad.
I do
like,
too.
I want like them to see. I want to see Usain Bolt running next to like Todd from accounting.
Just pull a random
Yeah,
person
he-
from the audience. That's a benefit of going to the Olympics live. Is you might get picked
wants
to
to get
compete
on-
in one of the
Me,
things.
me. The fucking the wannabe track star in their 30s. Me.
Dude, I can't wait to see arm wrestling guys
Imagine.
go up. And so they have like one shrunken arm, and they just look like the fucking Chargers from Left 4 Dead 2. And they just put their arms up there. That'd be great.
Imagine a random person from the crowd wins.
Yo. that would be awesome if it was like a little boy, like
Some
a
kid.
12-year-old boy just fucking nails it, dude. Also, since we're on the topic of AI in video games and giving an unfair competitive advantage, aim assist
Mm-hmm.
for controllers. Get good. Take out aim assist. It shouldn't be an industry standard. Take it out of all games. Just get good.
Yeah, I agree. Aim assist is like soft AI assistance.
Yeah, you can plug in a keyboard and mouse on any console these days. Get good. Get better. But I'd like to sit back on the couch and relax. Then stop playing a competitive game. Get better.
I'm gonna do another back in my day. I miss when cheating in video games. I'm gonna give a very specific example of a bot that was a really big problem in old school RuneScape once upon a time. It was a color picker. Basically, the whole way that the bot worked is it would scan your screen for a very specific color and it would click there, and that's all it did. And they would use these to pick flax in the flax fields, which, if you weren't familiar, RuneScape is such a realistic game that back in the day when you got started, you worked your fucking hours in the flax fields. You picked a shit ton of flax to get rich in RuneScape when you were a kid. But there were bots that were designed to, okay, light blue on top, dark green on bottom, that's flax right there, and it clicks it. And that was with a whole bot. That's all it did. So people got smart to it and found like a very specific robe that you could wear that is the same exact dark green as the stem, and then they would change their hair color to the same exact blue as the top of the flax, and they would stand next to the flax field, and eventually the bot would get confused and try to click on that person instead of the flax. So then they would start walking away and parading a line of bots that are trying to pick him, and he would take them out and lure them next to some monster and get them killed and take all their shit. That's the good old days. I
That's
miss
fucking
that cheating.
awesome, actually.
That is
I like the
beautiful.
idea of like someone just starting to be a troll, and they're like, "Wait a second,
Yeah, exactly.
do something about this."
I found the video. Fuck. The problem is, okay, DK Metcalf. So DK Metcalf, vertical. This is the one. And let me just see if I can find a video. Okay, yeah, here it is. Here it is. This shit's crazy, dude. I'm just gonna give this to you to watch.
Sure.
It is freakish.
I've never had someone ask me if I was a butt, Baldy.
This is, I know there's not a lot of sports fans, but this is one of those scenarios where it's like, imagine like just a field full of these guys. Would be hilarious. All right, I'm just gonna put it in the section just above where we're chatting.
Yeah.
You know that comment section?
Yeah.
It's
Just
gonna
put it
be
in screen cap comments. Just
in like
just
50
watch
years.
this.
It's honestly gonna be like
This
this.
Just oh yeah, because of
With like
that's
how
just-
we do stuff. Like if you look
Yeah.
at art, like a football player from the 1940s compared to now, like it's like
this shit
completely
is
different
wild.
beasts.
Here
It
we
does
go.
have audio, but like
Oh, this is like a
This
big
is-
NFL thing too, so I don't want to.
yeah. No, just you don't even need the video, the audio.
Yeah.
You need the video for sure. But
Yeah, this
Just watch
dude's
this.
fucking crazy.
Oh
Like-
my god,
Like on the same
How
species
tall
as
is
that
he?
guy. I think he's 6'4".
6'4".
Like I am the same. We are both humans. I could never do that ever.
insane.
Ever. I could,
It's
That looks
insane.
effortless for him.
Christ.
Actually effortless.
This dude, like, he hovers. He double jumps. What is this scout in real life? Like, what the fuck?
What does he know that we don't know?
Right? Like, what is he doing that I can't?
It's not.
It's
It's
not.
just the muscles. It's just
It's and it's like technique.
This
dude's
man,
just
no.
fucking crazy.
He sat down one day as a kid and he said, you know what? I'm going to jump 100 times a day. And eventually I'm going to jump really fucking good.
oh the old Saitama.
He did the
Yeah.
Saitama, dude.
Yeah, did the Saitama training. 100 jumps a day, baby.
Yeah, it's like there's a few situations where it feels good to be called a bot or like not natty.
I
Like, you know
don't-
what natty is?
Natural?
Natty is natural.
Like
yeah.
Natty Light.
I don't know a
beer?
lot
Yeah,
about
yeah,
basketball, but
definitely.
how is this not traveling?
2.5 steps. So
Oh,
there's what's
okay,
called
okay,
a gather
okay.
step, which is where.
Yeah.
So you see how he picks the ball up. So the motion of picking the ball up is called a half a step, and then he does. So
One,
here's
two,
there's half
yeah.
step, and then 2 steps.
Okay.
That's fine.
Plus,
Damn.
his legs are so long.
This
2
is
steps
just
feel like a lot
freakish.
more than
It's
2
so-
steps.
Why?
Right.
It's just disgraceful how high he jumps.
Like a
That
20
is
foot vertical.
crazy. Dude invested in some quality hops.
I got
I expect
got-
that man to like power load, like squat all the way down and just spring into action. That dude like barely squatted at
Yeah,
all.
it's
and
just
like
super
fucking
casual.
like,
He just pops up.
The military could weaponize him to catch nukes.
That's what I'm saying. Dude, can you imagine it's like we make like a whole advertisement. It's like, what are you gonna do now, Russia? And Nuke comes in, he just jumps up and one hand grabs and puts it
One
under his
hand
arm.
and
And just
then throws
fucking
it
American
back.
American flag like flies behind him. Everything starts exploding behind him.
Let's
He's
be
like a
real.
Michael Bay
Let's be
just like-
realistic. He would instincts
that
would
is
kick
realistic.
in. No,
You
no,
see
no,
that, man?
no. Listen, he would jump. He would catch it and then celebratory spike it down on the ground.
fucking instantly kill himself.
Yeah, no, he spikes on the ground, explodes, he walks through the flames. This man's immortal. We found a god.
That dude's nuts.
That was insane.
I
Actually.
would love to be able to have like a fucking 5-inch vertical, dude. I can't jump at all. I have no
Yeah, dude,
jump
that's
in
how
there.
I feel.
All of my muscle is like above my dick. Above my waist. There we go.
I was about to say.
I-
Too specific
no,
for a minute. Too specific.
I liked that because I was imagining all the power in his hips. He's just like power
No,
loaded there.
it's all at the head. It's all.
He's like, dude, I'd fuck Shakira up. Like, no cap.
Dear God. Last chance, chat. Anything
Last
else
chance.
you'd like us to bring up?
I got reported on Overwatch recently.
Oh,
Someone
Nice.
was saying I was hacking. They were saying I was locking, and I was like that's anyone who plays FPS knows that's a huge ego boost
oh yeah.
of like being told you're hacking and like locking. And then I went back on the VOD to like see what the hell he's talking about because I posted a few. It's in collab. I posted a few screenshots of him like literally for minutes saying like we should draw this game. You guys obviously have a hacker or something like that. And I went back and watched the VOD and I'm like, nothing about this seems suspicious. And then I went to go check his perspective and he was hacking. So apparently a strategy that a bunch of the hackers have, a legitimate strategy, is if they like something messes up and they're going to lose the game, what they'll do is they'll try to draw the game out. So like you just never know if it's smart to like draw games out anymore just because of like all these ridiculous hackers in Overwatch. I don't know what the AI made me think of that, but like that dude felt like AI, if that makes sense. Like he felt like he learned the strategy.
Dude, to be fair, that's the same thing like League of Legends. Like a popular character to play is Xerath. And he's like known for like always having hacks on him and like people like script and it'll like auto lock on or like snap to people.
Oh,
And
geez.
so it's like anytime you play that character, people are like, you're hacking or you're scripting. And I'm just like, thank you. I appreciate that. That makes me feel good about myself.
Chunk do got aim.
Not in FPSs, but in, in League when the perspective's different. It's a little bit better.
True. Yeah, it sucks. All my friends' characters are meta right now. Mei, Zenyatta, Reinhardt, stuff like that. Like all my friends who play these characters, they're like all meta. And I'm
Reinhardt's
playing alone.
meta?
Yep, he's hard meta right now. Below Masters, he has a 58% win rate, the highest win rate in the game.
I'm coming back to Overwatch, baby. That's what I've been waiting for. Last time I started playing, I was playing with y'all, and you were like, "Yeah, he's like garbage right now. Like everyone's just better than him." And
He is hard. Oh yeah, he was garbage, but he's like hard meta right now.
Let's go.
Also, I think chat is satisfied, as satisfied as we are.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna read something. It was a typical Saturday evening, and I was getting ready to play a few rounds of League of Legends. I was excited because I had been practicing for weeks, and I felt like I was finally getting the hang of the game. Never mind, this is getting way too long. I told the AI to generate a fake story about it playing League and dealing with a hacker, and it's on like paragraph 9 right now. It's going the fuck in. It's still going.
It's like this. You want a story? I'm gonna write you a novel. All right, you sit your fucking ass down.
Bro, during the subathon, I had so many people sending me like AI stories of like shit that I was doing in games, and it goes off in the wildest tangents.
Look at this.
Holy moly!
I gave up on reading at one point. I was like, okay, never mind.
Right,
just
something
fucking
strange happening. Why is this read like a Judy B. Jones book?
I told it to fabricate a fake story, so I guess story was what it locked onto. Make this
Maintaining the
like
integrity of League of
one
Legends.
paragraph max. During a League of Legends match, I noticed the enemy team had an unfair advantage and suspected a hacker. Despite my teammates' disbelief, I investigated and found evidence of cheating. I reported the player to support and they were banned, giving my team a victory. Although frustrating, I felt proud to have stood up against cheating in the game and maintaining its integrity.
Yeah, America.
Good going, soldier.
That's literally a nerd, bro. Oh, you don't have Poindexter in this channel? Damn.
All right, that's gonna be where we call it an end. Once again, I'd like to primarily thank my good friends for coming on to the podcast with me. Airvan, I'm glad that we got to wake you up and get you awake to actually do the podcast today.
Yeah, I set an alarm because I'd been up since 5 a.m. doing chores all day, and it just didn't work.
It happens. Jamie, it's always a pleasure. You always have solid takes, honestly, just very consistently. I don't know if that's just bias because I just happen to agree with you all the time, but you're very articulate, and I'm glad to have you on. Do you have anything you want to pitch or shout out?
Bobby talk, the more I realize I disagree with him on just about everything that he's ever like believed and loved in. So it's like,
yeah,
this is
okay. You're handsome, which now means you disagree with that.
What am I supposed to do?
And of course, Chunk, I'm always happy to have you on. We have to have some diversity in the crowd, so having at least one person that likes Sonic on is a requirement. So it's
Diversity is such a funny thing to say, considering each of us could be drawn with a circle in one color.
Yeah. We all could be drawn like the same way. We have very slightly varying facial hair. We're all white dudes and all in hats. Anyway,
wait, Chunk's
no,
white?
unironically, obviously, I'm glad to have you on.
Blindingly so, as a matter of fact.
For those of you who are concerned with
reflecting it.
my future content, I have an editor now who has started uploading on my YouTube channel, so I have a couple shorts and a new YouTube video that just went live yesterday. If you're interested in checking it out, I'm very, very happy with it. I also, just in case you weren't sure here and you're listening, the podcast is on Spotify. So if you showed up late or you feel like you missed something, or you just want to go back and listen to old podcasts, you can find them on Spotify now just by looking up Joysticks and Mouse Clicks, or you can go to my YouTube and watch the full video version there as well. Finally, one last shout out for the Hollow Knight speedruns. Those are going to be starting in April. Planning on doing every Tuesday in April. We're going to be doing Hollow Knight streams, doing speedrunning competitions with a small prize at the end. That's going to be really exciting to watch. And tomorrow we're dyeing my hair on stream. If you're interested, just hanging out and talking with my mods and my stream team, whoever feels like showing up in chat. Now, one more chance if you guys had anything else you'd like to shout out before I find us a raid target.
What's happening?
I want to shout out my friend Big Chunk 53. This dude is incredible and makes the best content on any platform he's on.
I don't even make content. I don't stream often. Hey, you know what? Big shout out to my boy Aravan. Big fan of the beanie. Look at the orange. Man,
The
just
edits,
like a
bro.
cartoon character. I love it. The edits, honestly, genuinely.
I'm glad y'all enjoy it.
I see his TikTok. It's literally got to the point where I used to just go to your page and I would like look at all your TikToks every time you uploaded. But now it's gotten so consistent. It's just in my For You page. I just see it as it comes.
It's all
Bro,
porn
like-
too.
On
And I'm okay
TikTok,
with
on
it.
YouTube, I've uploaded every single day for 3 months.
Only
Jamie.
fans.
Do you want to find us a raid target, Jamie?
Oh, dude, hell yeah.
I was what you call it? I've been for those of you who don't know, I upload YouTube thumbnails that are like porn, but I extremely crop it out so there's nothing actually inappropriate. It's just like suggestive. And one day, Devi messaged me. He just goes, "Devi, arrive. I don't like the thumbnails. Devi, leave." I was like, fair enough.
I didn't know how else
Okay.
to. I thought it'd be rude.
Bro, I will say one thing I want to say because I don't know when it'll happen. Beanathon coming soon to a stream near you.
Here's a good one.
I'm gonna do it.
Here's who I think we should raid.
Okay.
Like beanies or
No, like I'm going to do a donathon to raise money to buy 117-ounce cans of Bush's baked beans.
Ooh, boss.
That's it. And then I'm going to donate it all to a food bank near me. But I'm trying to I've literally been messaging Bush's baked beans guy on Twitter to try to get them to like set me up with a like match donation thing.
Wow.
I don't know if they'll do it, but we'll see.
Beanathon sounds weird,
hoping.
but a little hype. Are you gonna eat some of the beans, or is it just making a
Everything I
tower
do
of beans in the
Okay,
background?
so I plan to have a whole like almost like a like different like checkpoints you can get to where I'll do certain things, and they will all be bean inspired. So don't you worry. There'll
At
be
what
consumption
stage
of
do you
beans.
fully submerge yourself in bean?
Believe it or not, that was already a thing. That
I
was
figured
planned
it would be.
$50,000.
literally.
For $50,000, I'll fly to the US and feed him my beans.
Wait,
Feed you my beans.
are we still talking about Bush's baked beans?
No, we're not. No,
Oh
we're
my
not. There's
God.
definitely Bush involved, though. There's definitely Bush involved.
No.
Chunk, do you see that image in Devi's chat? Can you recreate that image but with beans instead of soap?
We're rating out on that. Guys, chat, thank you so much for showing up. I hope you enjoyed this conversation. If you have suggestions for future discussions or even guests that you'd like to be on the show or anything you think that could be improved about the show, let me know. But we're going to be rating Bodster, a good friend of Jamie's, and I know Bodster from Jamie's chat. Here are our raid messages if you're subbed or not subbed. I forgot Nightbot isn't subbed, so you can't see the animated one. Yeah. All right. Have a great night, everybody. Drink some water. Get some healthy, good amount of sleep. I'll see you again tomorrow if you're coming by for hair dye. Bye, everybody.
See you, friendos.
Ah!
Oh my god!
Sorry, Spotify.